Chairperson of HISPISI,
to the respected Mr. Prof. Dr. Agus Mulyana M. Hum, as Dean Faculty of Social Sciences Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, and General Secretary, HISPISI, Mrs. Prof. Dr. Paulina Panen, MLS, as the expert and ministry at Dikti, Kemdikbudristek, and Chairperson, ICE Institute, Mr. Prof. Dr. Sarkadi M.Sc, as Dean of Faculty of Social Sciences, Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Deans, Vice Dean, Head of Program of 12 LPTK, Miss Professor Mary Hawkins, Ph.D. at Western Sydney University, Australia.
and then the next, Mrs. Professor Dr. Kristina Großmann at the Bonn University, Germany, Mr. Associate Professor Muhamad Ali, Ph.D. from University of California, Riverside, USA, and great teachers, lecturers, presenters, and participants of the second HISPISI ICHELSS 2022.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you all please rise to direct your attention to the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, will be led by conductor for playing our national anthem. Please stand up.
Ladies and gentlemen, please sit down. On the next session, we present Mr. Firdaus Wajdi, Ph.D. as a chairman of the HISPISI ICHELSS. Mr. Firdaus Wajdi, Ph.D. will give us report about today's event. Please welcome Mr. Firdaus.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable guests, Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences, and the Vice Dean, the Coordinator of Study Program from the State University of Jakarta, as well as from the 12th Teaching Institute, LPTK, from Universitas Negeri Medan, from Universitas Negeri Padang, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Universitas Negeri Semarang, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Universitas Negeri Malang, Universitas Negeri Ganesha, Universitas Negeri Manado, Universitas Negeri Makassar, and Universitas Negeri Gorontalo. Dear professors and lecturers, dear presenters and participants of the second HISPISI ICHELSS International Conference, as well as all the committee of the International Conference. Honorable speakers and invited speakers, as well as keynote speakers of the International Conference. I am grateful to report of this international conference. As part of the committee, we would like to thank all the university management for allowing us to run the second HISPISI ICHELSS 2012 International Conference. This international conference hosted by the Faculty of Social Sciences, Universitas Negeri Jakarta, and co-hosted by the 12th LPTK, which is part of the HISPISI. So we would like to also grateful for the support and also permission to run the second international conference. Alhamdulillah, I would like to also report this international conference bring together 190 speakers from different countries, including from Indonesia, from different universities that include the LPTK universities, as I mentioned earlier, as well as Telkom University, Pasundan University, and also overseas universities such as from Bonn University, from University of West Scotland, from also University of Adare in, if I'm not mistaken, in India. So I'm grateful to those presenters who has registered and chose this international conference as the venue to share their ideas and to have dialogue with different lecturers and also researchers. I would like also to mention that the outcome of this conference is international book chapters that will be published by Universitas Negeri Jakarta. It is a sign that the development of science, particularly from the social scientists, has been emerged to respond to the pandemic situation. And we as the academic from different universities has been playing significant roles in building our nation and also the knowledge in general. So I would like also to mention here that this international conference, as part of the HISPISI Association, will be run every year. So thank you for joining us this year in Jakarta, Indonesia, and we look forward as well to see you in the following years. So enjoy the conference and thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Firdaus, for give us the report.
And now, we will hear a speech from Professor Dr. Sarkadi M.Sc. as the Dean of Faculty of Social Sciences, Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Vice Dean, Head of Programs of 12 LPTK. Please welcome Profesor Sarkadi M.Sc.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Mohon izin, saya menggunakan bahasa Indonesia, sesekali dengan menggunakan bahasa Inggris. Good morning everyone. May peace be upon us. The Honorable Rector of the State University of Jakarta, Profesor Dr. Komarudin, Master of Science, yang kebetulan beliau juga sebagai Ketua Umum HISPISI, the Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Social Science Education, Indonesia University of Education, Profesor Dr. Agus Mulyana, M.Hum, yang kebetulan beliau juga sebagai Sekjen HISPISI, the Honorable Chairman of Committee, Mr. Firdaus Wajdi, Ph.D, the Honorable Speakers, Prof. Dr. Paulina Panen, Master of Legal Study as a Chairman of Indonesia Cyber Education Institute, Professor Mary Hawkins, Ph.D, as a Senior Lecturer at Western Sydney University, Profesor Dr. Muhamad Ali, M.Sc, Ph.D, as a Senior Lecturer at University of California, Profesor Dr. Kristina Großmann, as a Senior Lecturer at Bonn University. Bapak Ibu, para hadirin yang hadir pada kesempatan kali ini, baik secara luring maupun secara daring. Pertama kali, kami atas nama pimpinan fakultas mengucapkan terima kasih atas kehadiran para narasumber yang alhamdulillah dari 4 orang yang diundang berkenan hadir untuk menyampaikan materinya. Terima kasih yang tak terhingga tentu kami sampaikan kepada panitia pelaksana, karena berkat kegigihannya, alhamdulillah seminar internasional ICHELSS dan rapat tahunan pengurus pusat HISPISI hari ini dan besok, insya Allah mudah-mudahan dapat dilaksanakan. Tentu ucapan syukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, karena berkat rahmat-Nya lah kegiatan kita, baik seminar internasional ICHELSS maupun rapat tahunan, insya Allah akan bisa kita laksanakan hari ini dan besok. Mudah-mudahan berjalan dengan lancar, tidak ada halangan apapun, sehingga apa yang menjadi tujuan selenggarakannya kegiatan seminar internasional maupun rapat tahunan pengurus pusat HISPISI dapat dilaksanakan sebagaimana mestinya. Tentu kami atas nama pimpinan fakultas dan atas nama Bapak Rektor serta atau Ketua Umum HISPISI mengucapkan selamat datang pada seluruh peserta yang hadir, baik secara daring maupun luring. Alhamdulillah tadi sudah disampaikan oleh Ketua Panitia bahwa peserta yang fix sudah lebih dari 190 peserta ya, yang hadir pada kesempatan kali ini. Tentu peserta yang hadir ini dari berbagai wilayah tempat ya, ada internal UNJ, eksternal UNJ maupun ada beberapa dari luar negeri ya pastinya. Bapak Ibu sekalian yang saya hormati, kalau kita lihat tema besar penyelenggaraan seminar internasional ICHELSS ini ada sejarah ICHELSS tahun ini adalah yang kedua. Mohon maaf kalau ada kesalahan ya masih. Jadi ICHELSS ini seminar internasional yang kedua tahun ini ya. Tahun kedua, tahun pertama kemarin sudah dilaksanakan di tempat yang sama. Waktu itu saya ingat betul, dibolehkan Dr. M.Sc menyampaikan sambutannya. Dan nampaknya seminar internasional ICHELSS ini akan menjadi sesuatu yang dibakukan. Jadi kalau hari ini atau tahun ini seminar internasional kedua ICHELSS, insya Allah tahun depan ketiga dan seterusnya. Dan nanti penyerahan estafet pelaksanaan kegiatan akan diselenggarakan atau dilaksanakan besok bersamaan dengan rapat tahunan pengurus pusat HISPISI. Jadi nanti ditandai dengan penyerahan bendera pengurus pusat HISPISI kepada nanti yang ditunjuk atau disepakati untuk tahun depan dari perguruan tinggi mana. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, tujuan dari penyelenggaraan seminar internasional ICHELSS ini ada beberapa hal yang bisa saya sampaikan. Yang pertama adalah tentu publikasi ilmiah menjadi hal yang utama bagi para peserta. Kenaikan pangkat baik itu dari asisten ahli ke lektor, lektor ke lektor kepala maupun ke guru besar membutuhkan publikasi-publikasi ilmiah. Seminar internasional ICHELSS pada kali ini juga akan menghasilkan publikasi ilmiah dalam bentuk proceeding internasional. Artinya publikasi ilmiah yang nanti dihasilkan dari seminar internasional ini bermanfaat paling tidak bagi teman-teman yang ingin meningkatkan kualitas publikasi ilmiahnya. Yang kedua, ajang seminar internasional ICHELSS ini tentu akan dapat meningkatkan kualitas kompetensi kita, para peserta. Kenapa? Karena saya punya keyakinan bahwa 4 pembicara yang akan hadir menyampaikan materi pada kesempatan kali ini pasti ada hal-hal yang baru yang ingin disampaikan. Dan ini sangat bermanfaat bagi kita sebagai akademisi untuk terus-menerus meningkatkan kualitas, termasuk kualitas pemahaman kita terhadap materi-materi kekinian. Ketiga, tentu tujuan dari penyelenggaraan kegiatan seminar internasional ICHELSS dan rapat tahunan ini memberikan kesempatan kepada para pengurus pusat HISPISI dan para peserta untuk kembali bertemu, bertatap muka, karena sudah 2 tahun lamanya kita terkena pandemi COVID-19 di seluruh dunia, termasuk di Indonesia. Dan pada kesempatan kali ini, atau tahun ini, alhamdulillah, insya Allah, teman-teman, para pengurus pusat HISPISI, insya Allah besok akan hadir. Artinya apa? Artinya menjalin kerjasama, komunikasi, dan tentu ajang silaturahmi bagi para pengurus bertukar pikiran terkait dengan bagaimana pengembangan organisasi HISPISI ke depan. Harapannya mudah-mudahan baik kegiatan seminar internasional ini maupun rapat tahunan akan membawa dampak positif bukan hanya pada para peserta, tapi juga kepada para pengurus pusat HISPISI. Yang terakhir, kami mohonkan kepada Bapak Profesor Dr. Agus Mulyana, M.Hum, Sekjen HISPISI untuk memberikan sambutan, arahan sekaligus membuka acara, karena kebetulan di waktu yang bersamaan, pada saat yang bersamaan, sekarang ini Bapak Rektor sedang menemui atau sedang mengikuti acara yang kebetulan hadir Ibu Menteri Keuangan Ibu Sri Mulyani. Demikian yang bisa saya sampaikan, mohon maaf kalau ada kekurangan. Thank you, terima kasih. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Professor Dr. Sarkadi, M.Sc, for the opening speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we entering the main event, we present Rector of Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Mr. Professor Dr. Komarudin M.Sc, that represented by Dean Faculty of Social Science Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, and General Secretary HISPISI, Mr. Professor Dr. Agus Mulyana M.Hum, to give the opening remark of this morning event. Please welcome Mr. Professor Dr. Agus Mulyana M.Hum.
Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, the Honorable Rector of Universitas Negeri Jakarta, the Honorable Vice Rector, the Honorable the Deans of CELEP, LPTK, the Honorable Speaker, Committee, all the participants. First of all, let's say praise and gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Thank God we able to meet in the activities, the second international conference on humanities, education, law and social science, which take place the Universitas Negeri Jakarta. The seminar activities is a routine activity carried out every year in collaboration with the Faculty of Social Science Universitas Negeri Jakarta with the Association of Indonesian Social Science Education Scholar or HISPISI. Social Science Education as a study of various disciplines used for education purposes. This seminar is an important forum for exchanging ideas through the works of research results presented by each presenter from various disciplines, and the result of study are used for educational purposes. The development of social science does not only run alone, but how the development of science is interconnected, both through transdiscipline and multidiscipline. So that through this seminar, it is hoped that social science education can make a huge contribution to the wider life of mankind. Ladies and gentlemen, the Association of Indonesian Social Science Education Scholar, or HISPISI, has a very great concern for both the interest of scientific development and practical interest in administration of education. The interest of developing knowledge are carried out through international conference, while practical interests are carried out through the annual meeting of leadership forum, both faculty and study program leader. Through this meeting forum, the step for cooperation are discussed together both in the field of research, education, community service, student affairs, and other forms of cooperation, especially now that the government, in this case the Ministry of Education and Culture and Technology Research, has launched the Independent Campus Learning Program, MBKM, Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka. The MBKM program is an important part of achieving the key performance indicator in assessing the achievement of a university. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, I give a seminar, share various theoretical ideas through this science forum, and I thank the Faculty of Social Science Universitas Negeri Jakarta, which has taken the initiative for 2 years to organize this activity. Let's open this event together by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you to Mr. Professor Dr. Agus Mulyana M. Hum for the opening remarks.
And now we are about to enter the main event. But before that, we introduce our moderator, Mr. Asep Rudi Chasmana MA, who will lead the session with the speakers. Please welcome Mr. Asep Rudi Chasmana MA.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Today, I'm very happy that I get the opportunity to be one of the moderators for the keynote speaker in this international conference. So, welcome to the second HISPISI International Conference on Humanities, Education, Law, and Social Science held by Faculty of Social Science 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Asep Rudi. I'm a lecturer at the Departments of Pancasila and Civics Education, Faculty of Social Science, the State University of Jakarta. And today, I'll be serving as a moderator in this session. But before we start, I'm going to read the brief curriculum vitae of this keynote speaker. Professor Dr. Paulina Panen, MLS. Good morning, Professor Paulina.
Morning, Pak.
Right. So can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to share a brief your CV. So Professor Dr. Paulina Panen, MLS, was graduated from Syracuse University, United States of America, for over 30 years ago from the Department of Information Studies. Professor Paulina also writes and speaks in various scholars forum and has had a tenure as a director of SIAMOLEC, which is Southeast Asian Minister of Education Organization. Also, she is a vice rector of USBI, Universitas Siswa Bangsa International, Dean of Faculty of Education at Universitas Terbuka. Also, she was the senior advisor on academic to the MORTHE until 2019. And currently, she chairs the Indonesian Cyber Education Institute, or ICE, under Universitas Terbuka. Correct if I'm wrong, Professor Paulina. I got your CV from your LinkedIn from the internet. Okay, before we start, I have some questions from Professor Paulina. So during your speak, do you prefer to have some Q&A, or you just want to deliver your speech?
Thank you. If the time allows, why not?
Okay, right. So your time for the delivering the speak will be 30 minutes, and then there will be 15 minutes for the Q&A. Also, I will give you a friendly reminder for 5 minutes left. Okay, everyone, please welcome our presenter, Professor Dr. Paulina Panen, MLS.
Thank you, our moderator. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Very good morning to all of you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
First of
wabarakatuh.
all, I would like to convey an apology from our Director General of Higher Education, Prof. Nizam, for not being able to attend this very important event. The second HISPISI International Conference on Humanities, Education, Law, and Social Sciences, conducted by Universitas Negeri Jakarta. Congratulations to UNJ for holding this conference, and thank you for the opportunity of scholarly sharing and exchanges. Allow me to share my PowerPoint now. Can I share my own, please? Can I share my own? Yes. Okay.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. All right. Now, okay, ladies and gentlemen, I hope many of you will remember Star Trek movie. Perhaps some of you didn't remember the beginning of it, but somehow you will remember the last part of Star Trek movie, the recent part, the most recent part. I am a keen fan of the Star Trek, which was first made into widescreen movie in 1979. It has been more than 4 decades ago that I learned a kind of delusional fiction of technology of the future in the Star Trek movie. Somehow at that time I was kind of delusional, if you can say that. Nevertheless, we find that all the technology in the first Star Trek movie are now available among us, for us to use. Even the hologram and even NASA has designed its spaceship based on the USS Enterprise, the Star Trek spaceship. It is true to say that there are more technology that influences our daily lives at present, more than shown by the first Star Trek movie. It means technology development is faster than predicted. We have witnessed how technology has transformed our lives, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. Please take a look at the following movie, The World in 2050. This kind of life is predicted to be happening by 2050, but perhaps it has been starting now. Someone from your side, please help me to start the movie.
Yes. Okay. So it's on the progress.
Let us see all the movie. Only 3 minutes movie.
Right. Okay. Um,
Can you make it?
Wait a minute, just a second. We are still processing to share the movie. Yes.
It's a very futuristic movie. Okay, can you click to play? Yes.
Excuse me, could you stop your screen?
I am stopping my screen.
Yes. Could you stop
How
sharing
could
your
you
screen so
stop
that
my screen?
we can try to share
Turn
the
off?
video. Okay, the video is in.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think that will be our life in the near future, or perhaps it is already starting now. Yeah. Thank you. The movie has shown us the transformation of our world because of the emerging technology, which we are experiencing at a faster speed due to the push by the COVID-19 pandemic. As we are entering the new normal now, we are practicing the new values, new way of doing things, and new mindset. To many of us, the new normal means technology disruption. Technology has redefined how we learn, obtain skills, and grab credentials. Technology has pushed us out of our comfort zone. I would see technology in a different way, as an opportunity to bring out new culture of human being, the so-called digital humanities. Now we have mobile phone. Do we realize that when we are making communication through our mobile phone, that we are actually communicating with machines? That gives a rise to a new area of study, human-machine interaction. With this mobile phone, we can communicate across countries, time difference, geographical difference, without any barrier. We are all connected in our physical space, virtual space, and even metaverse. The rules and regulation in those three spaces will be different and make space for new cyber law. Internet of Things is already filling our daily life, and Uber, Traveloka, GoFood, Supermarket.com, Zalora, OVO, etc. Not to mention the development of 3D printing, which is being used mostly in medical science for prosthesis, for example, artificial hands, foot, or internal organ. The driverless car is now running in the street of Jakarta and elsewhere. The development of our new culture is based on the big data about us being analyzed and then creatively used to answer our needs, including the development of online education and also the use of robots in education. This opens up also for the emerging new area of digital forensic and online education. Ladies and gentlemen, the acceptance and use of digital technology has changed the nature of education. Increased flexibility, convenient access everywhere, anytime, and the expansion of resources and support, promotion of active learning through in-time learning resources, new digital pedagogy, and learners' ability to control their own learning experience. Many higher education institutions are now engaged in the so-called online education or digital learning, including Universitas Negeri Jakarta. The e-learning packages are available either as a repository of all materials and information within a given course, or to be used as blended learning or even fully online courses. ICE Institute is one of the examples here. The landscape of education is now changing. Everyone goes online. This online education introduced a new paradigm of education. The unbundled education, where courses can be taken individually, where services of education can be taken on demand, the learning path, the support system, the evaluation, the certificate, the equivalency, etc., and can be taken anywhere, anytime by anybody. Gone is the schooling or going to college paradigm. The new paradigm is flexi learning. Ladies and gentlemen, various institutions is offering flexi learning, such as Ruang Guru, ICE Institute, Future Learn, Coursera, EDX, Khan Academy, etc. They offer high-quality courses for various purposes, including academic purposes, continuing professional development of employees, leisure courses, reskilling, upskilling courses that can be taken individually. Pass the examination, a student later will receive certificate of completion of each course. Digital micro-credentialing is now becoming popular globally. Multi-entry and multi-exit system is also being a common practice everywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, the timeliness of education in, system in Indonesia to respond to the opportunities and challenges by the digital transformation is materialized in Indonesia's policy of MBKM, translated freely as Freedom Learning or Freedom Campus. The main goal of this MBKM policy is not merely technology and learning transformation, but also how education in Indonesia can interact smoothly with the job market through internship, projects, student exchanges, independent study, and also micro-credentials. Because of the digital transformation, we understand that job market is changing and job skills is also changing. They are demanding new skills everywhere. We are indeed in the wave of digital transformation. We live in the era of Internet of Things, in which our life has been augmented by the rise of artificial intelligence. There are chatbots that can answer questions. There is robot teachers or AI programmed to assist students to learn. And becoming digital is a requisite for survival today. Business as usual, holding the value of our tradition, will not be sufficient to answer the challenge of digital transformation. Digital transformation doesn't mean putting everything digital in the old way of doing business. It entails reimagining products and services as digital enabled assets, generating new value from the interconnection of physical and digital assets through data and creating the ecosystem to make it possible. In digital transformation, there are three main challenges for transformation: the tradition of practice, balance, and culture. The transformation demands us to manage those three forces, define new culture, and have new strategy of doing business, and become more agile, simple, but responsive, and speedily in responding and taking actions, and connected to other educational institutions, to other educators community in the global network. That is called crowdsourcing. In this scenario, let us ask a question. What will the landscape, what will be the landscape of our area? Humanities, education, law, and social sciences. I believe the deliberation through this conference will be an important discussion to answer such intriguing questions. As one Star Trek said, we need to go boldly, to boldly go where no man has gone before. Not doing so is no longer an option for us, scholars of humanities, education, law, and social sciences. With that, I bid you happy conference and thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Paulina. So I'm really interested about your presentations. It can be seen that during your presentations in this new normal era, we should be move forward, and there will be double activities between online and offline learning with the new technologies. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, so here as we are conducted this conference in hybrid, so there will be the online participants on Zoom. There will be also some offline participants here in the campus. So we have for approximately 30 minutes. So everyone, if you have any questions, so I will be open for the first terms. So there will be 3 questions. So for the participant in Zoom, you can raise your hands and then open your mic. I will give you some opportunity to ask the questions. Also here, the participants in campus, so you can also raise your hands and ask the questions to Professor Paulina. Okay, thank you. So we have one participant here. So please, you can say. Mbak Yosi. Yeah. Okay. So Professor Paulina, we have one questions.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Professor Paulina. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ervinda from Program Study of Tourism. I have one question. How to use technology to preserve culture in Indonesia context? How about your opinion? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can I answer directly?
Yes,
Mr.
that's fine.
Moderator?
Yeah, that's
Yes.
fine.
Thank you very much. That is a very interesting and intriguing questions. How we can use technology to preserve culture. Actually, there's a lot of way to do that, and it's interesting and it's fun. I would say it is fun. First, during the COVID-19, I could not go anywhere. We didn't go anywhere. Yeah, all of us. And then, but I want to take myself off the duty from every day, being secluded in our own house, etc. So I try to look for pictures of Italy, for example, because I really want to go to Italy. Okay, I never been to Italy. And then I found out that there is a virtual tour available. So it is time based, so you have to follow the time. And if it is not, you miss the time, then you miss the virtual tour. So it is a virtual tour about Italy and guided by a tour guide. So we were introduced on how what is in Italy, or what is the culture, what is the people, and what is the food, what is the scenery, etc., etc. It was really beautiful. Okay, that is one thing for introducing to the globe about our country, about our scenery, about our culture, about everything. Second thing, if you go to Louvre Museum in French, yeah, just go there and take a look. All their collection has been put in digital format. Okay, the collection in Louvre Museum in French in Paris, I think is dated, many hundred years ago. But we can see and we can take a look and we can study that collection of our own particular interest. If you want to go around, you can do that. But if you say, for example, you are interested in the what we call the painting of Mona Lisa, for example, then you can just zoom in to Mona Lisa, and then you can see what is in there, the description of Mona Lisa, who is painting Mona Lisa, what's the meaning of Mona Lisa painting, etc. So it is not only for students in tourism, but it is also useful for people in the history, in the museology, in the archaeology, in the sociology study programs. There are a lot of use of that digital museum. I hope one day that Museum Nasional Indonesia will be having that kind of digital museum. And if you know that it is already there, please disseminate the idea, disseminate the news, the information to your client because you are coming from tourism. Okay, you have clients like, for example, the student, from schooling, elementary schools, higher education schools, and also the public, the people who wants to know what is the collection in National Museum of Indonesia. So there are a lot of things, not to mention all the documentation that comes with culture. Okay, culture is not only the tangible aspect, but culture is all about the story of a nation and also about the tacit knowledge that is belonging to a nation. So you can preserve that with video or documentation or any digital object right now, okay, and preserve it into one big your own museum. You can develop, like for example, UCL Frida Museum. Why not? You select all those things that is of interest to you, and one day either your friends, your colleagues, your clients, and your children, perhaps your family, will enjoy it. So that's how we can do use technology in many aspects of our culture. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Paulina. It was interesting about visiting the Louvre Museum in France. Yeah, I've been visiting there and also seeing the Mona Lisa painting. But unfortunately, there was a huge queue over there, so huge people
Yeah,
over there. Yeah,
yeah. So
so
that's
it's
why I prefer to go the digital museum
yeah,
instead of the physical museum because in physical museum I cannot see the Mona Lisa painting clearly.
yes,
Yeah. But the digital museum give me everything.
yeah, that's right. So that's a good idea about for creating the digital museum in this new era. Okay, everyone. So we are still interesting, and we still have time for Q&A in these sessions. So, if there are any questions from the Zoom participants or here also, right? For the second participant. Okay, right. So we have two people here raising hands. Professor Paulina from campus. So please, you can speak up and give the questions. Right. Okay, please introduce yourself to Professor Paulina.
Good morning, Professor Paulina.
Good morning, Ibu.
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rini Octaviani, and I am one of the lecturer in Faculty of Social Science. And I have one questions about how wide is the gap between the classical learning and using the technological learning such as artificial intelligence if implemented in education in Indonesia? That is my question. Thank you for your answer.
Thank you. Can I take the questions directly?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Ibu Rini. Very interesting. During the COVID-19, I believe Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology has released that there is learning gap, or they call it learning loss, because students do not go to classroom, do not have face-to-face or classical interaction courses in the school, right? Everybody was telling that, oh, the students missing about 3 months, for 1 year. They didn't finish the curriculum, they didn't achieve the competencies expected, etc., etc. I would say, yes, that there is a learning loss in that situation if the students is not equipped with the online or digital based courses. Okay, in the online courses, in the online learning, all your materials is already available in digital mode. We call it e-learning packages. Okay, everything should be put in digital. So students can just go there anytime. So no restriction, remember, no restriction in online courses. So you don't say that it's open only on 25th of August. It's closed by 26th of August. No, everything should be there, should be open for your students to go in and out anytime they like. That's one thing. So they can make their own time to catch up with whatever materials or activities they miss during the session. Okay, if they miss session 8, for example, they can just do while doing session 9. They can do session 8. Even they can do session 8 while doing session 10, for example. Why not? You know, the main thing is that the eagerness of the students to learn, to catch up with your courses. That's another perspective of it. So we don't say that because they miss classes, they just, you know, their learning is lost. No, they can catch up on their own, especially in higher education situation because the student is already quote unquote adult. Okay. If the children, you have to guide them every time, every day, every section. But with the higher education students, they can do it on their own. They have the autonomy of managing themselves. So that's one thing. Second thing is that online courses provide actually more flexibility to students. That's why it is called flexi learning. What is flexi learning? First of all, they can go in and out anytime to the course. They can do whatever they like anytime. For example, I go to your course and I see the first session. I said, it's boring. I want to see what is next. So I can browse. Okay, I can browse. Perhaps on the session 5, I found something interesting. So I go into session 5 and work on it. Okay, and then I can go back into session 1, session 2, and then go up again into session 9, for example. That's my flexibility. It is also my flexibility to do it anytime. I can work during the morning after my morning prayer, for example. I can work in the evening because usually, you know, some of us would prefer to study in the evening. I don't need to be in the specific time for learning. Okay, except you as a lecturer will say that, okay, we'll have a virtual meeting at, you know, 8 a.m. On Monday. Then we can gather. But usually it is only 25%. The gathering, the discussion, the synchronous situation, only 25%. Other than that, 75% is free. Okay. You said that, how can we control that? Oh, it's easy. The system has provided the tool for us to control it, to monitor our students through what we call learning analytics. Okay, you can use the learning analytics, and if you see for the first session, for example, wow, 30% of my students didn't attend or didn't do any activities during the first 3 sessions. Then perhaps your role as a colleague, a friend to your students started. You can ask your student, you can approach them, hello, how are you? Are you having difficulties? If you have difficulties, can we gather together and discuss your difficulties? Or, you know, you motivate them. You approach them to motivate this one. So, what is the difference? A lot. Is there any gap? No, because we are actually aiming for the same competencies. Okay. Is there any advantage on using technology? Of course. Will that replace classical classroom? No. The classical classroom is still there. Okay, it is going to be enriched by technology. However, because technology is very advanced, you know, online learning will take larger part than the classical meeting, the classical classroom. Then we as lecturer must be very careful to design what is the classical lecturer has to be lecture has to be deal with. Okay, what is inside it and how we can use it so that it can enhance the students, not for us providing lecture anymore. Okay, so the meeting must be designed as such that is going to be useful for the students, not useful for us providing lecture. Okay, Ibu Rini, good luck, I would say.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Paulina. Right, Professor, we still have time, and there is also another persons that raise the hands for asking the questions. Is that okay?
Yes. Pak Moderator,
Yes.
I think I post something in our chat room.
Right.
That is the expo
All
of
right.
ICE Institute, virtual expo. You can take a look at it. We cannot say that it is as good as the Louvre Museum, but please try to get into it. And UNJ is also there.
Right.
UNJ also has the booth there. Thank you.
Okay. Right. Maybe this is information for Ibu Yosi and Ibu Rini. So in the chat box, there is a link. So you can open that. It is about the virtual museum that can be used as the learning materials in the classroom, especially about the tourism. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. So we move to another question. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Sure.
Okay. So we still have time. So there is another question. Yes. Okay. Right.
Well, good morning, Bu Paulina. My name is Prima. I'm from Sociology Education. I have one question referred to the last questions. It's about how we can have education learning with the technology. But we know that, what do you think about what the first thing that we need to change from the campus system to be able to adapt to the education in the new normal era, because we know it's quite difficult to change something from classic to the technological. So, do you have any suggestion for that, Bu? Thank you.
Yes, there are a lot of changes actually, Ibu Prima, thank you, that we need to, what you call, to adopt, yeah, to adopt in our daily life as a lecturer and our daily situation, carrying out, delivering the lecturing. One thing is that the learning space. Okay, right now we have 3 learning space, Ibu. Not only one. Yeah. Last time the choice is only one, whether we go to campus or not. Yeah. whether we see our lecturer or not, and ask for a lecturer whether we see our students in front of our eyes or not. That is only one space, the physical space. But now we have the second space, which is the cyberspace or virtual space. We can connect via WhatsApp, yeah. We can connect via video call. We can connect to our students via Zoom, via WebEx, etc. And we can connect through them through our online courses. Is that correct? That is the virtual space. Now, the third one is what we call metaverse. Yeah, metaverse is new, but it gives us a flexibility for us to be there, not physically, as if we are living in the world, the third world. Metaverse gives us a real UMJ there, a real classroom there, with us as avatar, with our student as avatar. It's synchronous, it's just mimicking the real classical classroom. So we have three spaces now. We have three learning spaces, and we have to make use each of them. Okay, why? Because if we rely only on the physical space, we are at loss. If we rely only at the online space or virtual space, we are at loss. If we rely on the metaverse, we are at loss. If we rely only on this, our student has been in the metaverse, so we are left behind. Okay, so we have to make use all the three, and we have to design as such that the students will just interact, going from physical space into the virtual space and also to the metaverse. They are just new Generation Z, we call it. They leap from one space into another easily. Okay, and we have to design it. Don't be ashamed if we don't know about it, and say to them, okay, take me with you. Okay, if you leap to another space, take me with you. Okay, they will be happy to do that. That's the learning space. Second is the way they learn. We used to be learning from kindergarten up to higher education, learning, and then we perhaps after school or after a lecture course, then we play. Okay, we go into the supermarket, we have jalan-jalan, etc. We play, all right? And then after we finish learning the, 25 years perhaps, or 20 years, then we go seeking work, seeking a job, right? Then we have a job. During the time of when we are working, we are not supposed to be playing. No, you are not anak-anak anymore, they call it. You are not children anymore, so don't play anything, okay? When we are working, well, we learn something, but we are expected to have everything ready in our head, yeah? But right now, for our new generation, learning and playing and doing something, all three together, Ibu, at one time. So in your course, whatever your course is, you have to be able to motivate students to do learning, but in a fun way, using gamification or themselves doing, what you call, developing a game, and then produce something. Not only a paper of 12 pages, for example, but produce something. Like, for example, writing in the newspaper, writing articles, and writing novels, etc., etc. Produce something, or even a mock-up, a handicraft, etc. Produce something. They have to do it. I think you are familiar with our one of girl that is only at the fifth grade. She is learning fast. She is a YouTuber, and she has an income of 6 million rupiahs per month, which is more than of my salary as a professor. Yeah. So why not do that? That is for our children. This is good. So remember in your course, not only you doing the lecturing, but let them also having fun, playing, with their mobile phone, with their gadgets, etc. And then do something, produce something which is of high value. Yeah. So that's the two among others. The third one, of course, the role of the lecturer. You are no longer a lecturer in front of the classroom, but you are a facilitator with the students, because we are also learning with the students. When they are learning, we are also learning. When you ask them to look for articles, for example, we are learning from their articles, right? So, we are learners together with your students. The third thing, the second thing, instead of the being facilitator, in addition to being facilitator, is that you are the friend of your student. So say hi to them in the morning, okay? Congratulate them if they are achieving something, if they are happy, and if they have birthday, why not sending a birthday wishes? Happy birthday, Ibu Prima. Oh, you're very happy. They will be also very happy. You are a friend. In addition to that, you are also a challenge to them, a challenger. Okay, you challenge them. Okay, if you have done this, why don't you go this? Okay, if you know this, then why don't you know this?
Excuse me, Professor. You have 4 minutes left.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, I'll be done in a minute. Okay, Ibu. So challenge them, yeah, to move more and more and more and more. Study more and more and more and more. If it is fun, if it is producing something, they know, oh, they can do it, yeah, then they will learn with all their hearts with you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Paulina. Give applause for Professor Paulina. Okay, right. So, Professor, since the time is approaching to be closed, so I will be close the Q&A. So, for the last minute, I'll give some conclusions about your speech for today. So, it can be concluded that life in the next 50 years will be very challenging, as the new normal is approaching between after the COVID-19 period. All people should be adapted with the new technology in all aspects of life. In education, for example, there will be a digital learning that can help students to control their learning outcome. For example, in the tourism, so the educators can create the learning virtual museum that helps students to visit the museum virtually, and it can be bring to the classroom. Okay, so maybe that's all from me in this keynote speaker session. So thank you very much, Professor Paulina. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you for Mr. Ase Prodi Casmana and Miss Professor Paulina for giving the presentation.
And the next session will lead by Mr. Firdaus Wajdi. Please welcome Mr. Firdaus.
Okay, thank you, the Master of Ceremony. Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It is a happy moment. I'm so grateful this morning. I've got a task to be one of the moderators for the plenary session of the second International Conference of HISPISI ICHELSS in 2012. My name is Firdaus Wajdi. I'm a lecturer at the Faculty of Social Sciences, Universitas Negeri Jakarta, or State University of Jakarta. And this morning, I would like to be the moderator for our special invited speaker, Professor Mary Hawkins, Ph.D. Apa kabar, Bu Mary? Prof. Mary.
Baik-baik saja, Firdaus.
Thank you, Prof. Mary, for joining us and your willingness to be invited speaker for this international conference. I'm very happy to see you, although
yes,
online.
I'm very happy to see you too.
Okay, Prof. Mary, before I'll deliver the time for you to present your ideas and thought, I would like to introduce you to the participants of the international conference. And I would like also to mention here that this HISPISI ICHELSS International Conference held together between the 12 Faculty of Social Sciences from 12 universities in Indonesia under the Association of HISPISI. So this year, Universitas Negeri Jakarta is the host, but this international conference is a work of that 12 universities in Indonesia. And we also have 190 speakers from different countries, from different universities joining us, and they will deliver their speech late in the afternoon after the preliminary session. Okay, participant, Professor Mary Hawkins, PhD, is professor at Western Sydney University. She's also the director of academic programs, sociology, criminology, peace and development studies at the School of Social Sciences and Psychology, Western Sydney Universities. Her PhD is from University of Sydney, and her expertise include religious and ethnic diversity in Southeast Asia, culture tradition of Islam in Indonesia, specifically in Kalimantan, nation, ethnic groups and globalizations. She speaks Bahasa as well, but maybe we can talk to or ask question later on in Bahasa if you like, although we prefer English. She got so many publications, among other, I think I could notice here, her book is Global Structure and Local Culture. Currently the second publication and published by Oxford University Press. There are also numerous publication, articles and other, including From Resurrection and New Dawn to Pirate Party, political party names as symbolizing recent transformation in political field in Iceland. Also promoting intercultural understanding, connectedness and belonging an independent qualitative evaluation of Together for Humanity programs. So she is specialist in social sciences, also an anthropologist and sociologist. So her work is interconnection between those sciences. And we would like to welcome and allow Professor Mary Hawkins to deliver her presentation for about 40 minutes, maybe, Prof. And then will be followed by question and answer sessions from the audience. So without further ado, the time and venue and Zoom is yours, Prof. Mary. Silakan.
Terima kasih, Firdaus. Selamat pagi semua.
Selamat pagi, Prof.
I will continue in English if you don't mind. I will be sharing some slides with you, but I want to begin by saying that I'm honored to be invited to come and share with you some of my thoughts regarding the past, the present, and the future of social science in our global world. It's a wonderful opportunity to get together with colleagues from Indonesia and have some discussion and share some thoughts. So thank you very much for inviting me. I am truly honored. I'm just going to share my screen, so give me just a moment.
It has been showing, Prof.
Thanks, Firdaus. Great. I'd like to start by introducing myself. Firdaus has already made an introduction, but I'd like to just introduce myself a little more as a person and as a scholar, so you will understand where I'm coming from as I explore some thoughts with you. I am born in Sydney, Australia, and educated with a Bachelor of Arts Honours in anthropology. And after having completed that, I travelled for a year. I was intending to enrol in a PhD and was not entirely sure where I would do my fieldwork. I was already interested in Indonesia. I had visited Indonesia twice prior to that time. And I remember being on the island of Bali and seeing a group of people, Balinese people, in a bus. And written on the top of the bus was Sumatra Utara. And I thought, well, that's interesting because I was intending to visit Sumatra, and I thought that's an awfully long way to go in a bus. And I found out later through asking that this was a group of transmigrants who were going to Sumatra to start a new life. And I became very interested in the Indonesian transmigration program. Anyway, I travelled for a year and then I enrolled, and my interest in Indonesia did not abate. And I enrolled in a PhD, and that PhD took me to South Kalimantan. While there, I met with people from the World Bank who were establishing with what was then, I think, PTP 2425, Proyek Inti Rakyat in the Pleikhari region of South Kalimantan, so in Kabupaten Tanah Laut. I was employed by the bank as a smallholder consultant on that project, and then I did more work primarily for the bank in the smallholder tree crop sector. And so this took me to Riau, to Jambi, to North Sumatra, to Lampung, to Western Central Kalimantan, to Sulawesi Tenggara, and a couple of other places. I completed then some other projects in Central Java and in NTT for the bank and for the UNDP. This gave me a very good oversight of the international non-government organisation funded development sector in Indonesia, and eventually convinced me that there should be a much greater involvement of Indonesian academics and Indonesian experts within internationally funded projects. It seemed to me that white Western consultants like myself were being privileged only because they were white and Western. I thought it was time that Indonesian people have direction over Indonesian lives, and I bowed out of the development sector. But I wish now to go and talk to you a little about the initial work I did, how it led me to form the ideas that I do have, and then to move on and talk a bit about what I think the future of social science may be, and especially what the Indonesian social sciences can contribute to our global world. Okay, in the mid-1980s, as my PhD fieldwork, I settled in the transmigrant village of Gunung Makmur in Kalimantan Selatan. Gunung is about 120 km southwest of Banjarmasin. It's an old, transmigrant village. It was settled back in 1953, so it comes from the old order, the Sukarno period. It initially was settled by some 30 rombongan from central and eastern Java. And when I arrived in Gunung, the rombongan was still important as place names. So if someone would say to you, mau kemana, you would say when asked, well, I'm off to rombongan 16, or I'm going to rombongan 7. So there were still place markers. It was very clear early on where the new parts of the village were because they were not named after a rombongan. When Gunung was first settled, it was called Gunung Gundul, and indeed the hills around about Gunung are pretty bare of tree cover. Vegetation, yes, but not so much of tree cover. It was renamed in the 1970s Gunung Makmur, and very good reason, I think, to be renamed as such, because it was a wealthy village. It was one of those villages where indeed most people certainly had cukup or more than that. When I arrived in the mid-80s, it was the time of the cengkeh boom in Indonesia, and cengkeh was commanding prices per kilo at the farm gate. And remember, this is 1986 prices of 12,000 rupiah, 14,000 rupiah. The people of Gunung had started planting cengkeh some 10 years previously. They were doing very well from that. There was also plenty of rice. They had good sawah. They had various sorts of development projects that were going on with soybean cultivation, a big thing of the 80s. They had cattle. It was a well-settled village life. It was belum listrik masuk desa, but that was not such a problem at that time. There was sometimes a problem with the water, but that was about it. It was basically a good life in Gunung. My interest there was in identity, and primarily local and national identity. And I made a few assumptions when I arrived in the village, all of which I found out to be entirely incorrect. So what I assumed first was that there would be a rivalry between the Javanese migrants and the local people, the Orang Banjar, or Orang Banjar, if we had to use the Banjar pronunciation. Banjar had come to settle in the village from about the 1960s onwards, and most of them were pegawai negeri of some sort or another, or they were traders, or both. So teachers, other civil servants, Pak Camat, the people who ran the local co-op, the traders in the village market were primarily Orang Banjar. Most of the farmers were Orang Jawa. And I found that this distinction of occupation was actually how people identified themselves. They didn't identify themselves necessarily in terms of an ethnic group, but instead they referred to themselves as either Orang Pasar or Orang Gunung. Most Orang Pasar were Banjar and most Orang Gunung were Javanese, but it wasn't absolutely neat division. There was some overlap. So I became fascinated in how these local identities had been formed, how they penetrated into national identities, into the whole formation of identity itself. And I made many, many friends among the villagers. To this day, I find both the culture of the Banjar and that of the Javanese absolutely fascinating, and I visit Indonesia frequently. Just as a matter of interest, this photo is from some 14 years ago, which is, oops, sorry about that. My mouse is a little overactive. This is me and my friends, my Banjar Gunung family. It's about 14 years ago. I'm a little more grey-haired and older these days. My friends outside one of the Orang Pasar houses. Let's move on and let's have a look at what I see as the beginnings of anthropology and how it has influenced certainly my career, and I think the formation of ideas about social science generally. Because after 6 years in Gunung and some other parts of Indonesia, I returned to Australia and I started my academic career. So what follows now is my reflection on now more than 30 years of teaching and researching within the social sciences. I think what all social sciences need to acknowledge, or social scientists need to acknowledge, is that the social science project was born out of imperialism and was formed, as Raewyn Connell, a well-known Australian sociologist, has remarked, it embodied a cultural response to the colonised world. It began as a study by primarily Western Europeans of others. Now, this means, I think, that it was at the beginning very hierarchical, very ethnocentric, and very often it failed to understand in any clear way the other. Anthropology begins from the same, sorry, I just lost the next slide. Anthropology begins in a very, very similar fashion. So anthropology begins really in an armchair in someone's living room in some part of the European world, because the early anthropologists did not visit the places of the people that they studied, but rather they followed the publications of explorers, of colonial administrators, of missionaries, of all those sorts of people who came and interfered with local lives. Emile Durkheim, the famous French sociologist of the late 19th, early 20th century, wrote an entire book on Aboriginal Australian religions. He never visited Australia. He certainly never spoke to any Aboriginal peoples, yet he still wrote a book about Aboriginal Australians. So there was this particular hierarchical approach which really underlay early social science. And early social science also was formed around the idea of social evolution, and the big theoretical framework of the 19th and even into the 20th century was the idea of social evolution. It was the primary explanatory tool or theory. Now, social evolution basically held that all cultures and societies evolve, and that at any one point in time, we may look at a particular culture and society and say this is more or less evolved in contrast to other cultures and societies. Cultures and societies were seen then as ranged along a line of progress from the most savage to the most civilized. This was very much the work of Herbert Spencer, a great figure of the 19th century who most of us have well forgotten by now, and for very good reasons we have forgotten him. But at the time, he was a leading figure in social science. It was Spencer that came up with the idea of the survival of the fittest. And it was Spencer who saw cultures as like organisms, as like a living creature. You could investigate a culture following the same sorts of laws and scientific methods as you may investigate, for example, the human body. It was Spencer who held that all cultures were ranked as more or less evolved. And there was that hierarchy led from what were seen as the most primitive cultures, so those of, say, Indigenous Australians, up to the most evolved or progressive cultures, which not surprisingly were those of Herbert Spencer himself. So the apex of civilization was held to be the Western European world, which, you know, considering how very civilized many other parts of the world were, had been and continued to be, was very definitely a prejudice. But that's how social science primarily began. Spencer was important. He was read widely. He was translated into many, many languages. So even though we might now disregard the ideas of Spencer, and do so quite rightly, I think we need to recognise his contribution to early social science, even if it was in many ways misguided. Now, anthropology begins at this same time. Spencer was not an anthropologist. He was a social theorist. You could not neatly categorise him in any one branch of the social sciences. But anthropology begins in the 19th century, and it does emerge alongside empire. Its main interest was, in inverted commas, the native. Now, the native is, of course, a creation of colonialism. You can only have a native if you have a non-native. The native was everybody who was not from Western Europe. And in that sense, many contemporary anthropologists, and quite rightly, have called anthropology the handmaiden of colonisation, of the colonial project, that anthropology really took a very active role in colonisation. I don't know if it was that active, but it certainly emerged alongside empire. However, what probably marked anthropology out from some of the other emerging social sciences was its humanist. It's very humanist emphasis. What anthropology sought to do was to understand the human being, not to understand human beings in this category or that category, but all human beings. And so it was implicitly equalising, democratic, all humans were equally human, was the starting point of many anthropologists. It sought to understand as a discipline. It sought to understand the worlds of others, but there was still this political divide between the colonised world, the colonising world, and so therefore anthropology was used also in order to regulate and to control native populations. In its practice, it was often very paternalistic. It assumed that it knew what was best for other people, and it was emphatically sexist. So most, which is not surprising, we're talking about the 19th, early 20th century worlds. Most anthropologists were men, and most anthropologists in their field work talked to men. Who knows what women and children were doing? And, you know, quite frankly, I think that other anthropologists didn't much care. They wanted to know what the men of the society were thinking. At the same time, there were anthropologists emerging that were starting to figure out, leaving aside whether it was imperialistic and leaving aside whether it was entirely focused on men, trying to figure out how to do good anthropology. If your idea is to understand another culture, how in the world do you do that? So that takes us to Bronislaw Malinowski. Malinowski is often referred to as the founding father of ethnography, and he was a hugely important figure in ethnography. As you probably are well aware, he did most of his field work in the Trobriand Islands of what is now Papua New Guinea. And most of his field work was during the period of 1914 to 18, during the period of the First World War, and later in the 1920s. He published a whole range of ethnographies focused on the Trobriand Islands. They were Trobriands are a fascinating society, a matrilineal society. And Malinowski was one of the first anthropologists to actually spend a lot of time living there. And as he famously said, his intention was to grasp the natives' point of view. Not his point of view, which he then imposed upon the natives, but their point of view. How did they perceive the world? How did they apprehend the world? What did they see as important in their lives? What did they value? That was Malinowski's main objective, and that remains today the basis of the ethnographic project. Malinowski developed a method that remains central to anthropology, and indeed ethnography has been taken up by many disciplines outside of anthropology. So you will find ethnography practiced by people in cultural studies, in human geography, in sociology. What ethnography relies upon is immersion in a culture. In the early days, anthropology was always immersion in a culture other than your own. Anthropology today may be immersion, or ethnography today, I should say, may be immersion in your own culture, but as a researcher, as someone looking into that culture in order to understand it. We think we know our own culture because we're a part of it, but we don't understand it yet entirely from the native's point of view, from the researcher's point of view. When you put on your researcher glasses, your anthropologist glasses, and look at your own culture, you will discover new things. Malinowski said that ethnography should be based on very detailed observation, and that observation needs to be recorded. So this is Malinowski sitting outside his hut in the Trobriand Islands, and in the evenings he would record the events of the day. He didn't necessarily use much in the way of theory, and anthropology at that time was relatively atheoretical. He instead used a functional mode of explanation. Functionalism was held up to be a theory, but it's not really a theory as such. It's an approach rather than a theory. So functionalism, as I'm sure you know, I'm not lecturing a group of undergraduates here at all, I'm talking to my colleagues, but functionalism seeks to explain every social phenomena in terms of how it contributes to the social whole, to social solidarity. So why is such and such a ritual produced? Because it produces a form of social solidarity among the people that practice that ritual. Why is there a particular tradition? Because it produces a sense of social solidarity among the people who practice that tradition and then teach it to their children, who teach it to their children, and so it continues. That was very much the mode. While that mode has its problems, it doesn't recognise any form of conflict, for example, it did serve to assist ethnographers in presenting a very holistic picture or interpretation of a culture. What makes that culture hang together? what sorts of traditions are shared by people in that culture? What do they value? Functionalism really points you towards those sorts of questions and that form of approach. In Malinowski's day, and because anthropology was still very much a study of the other, the anthropologists often also saw themselves as some form of adventurer, going into distant lands, discovering new things, meeting new people. The anthropologist as adventurer was a big trope or theme of the early 20th century. In today's globalized world, considering you can, by picking up your smartphone, communicate with anyone, basically anywhere on the planet, there is no place that is perhaps unknown, but there are still cultures to explore. There is still more for us to discover about the cultures of others as well as our own cultures. Now, the interesting thing about, I think, anthropology among the social sciences is its humanist bent. The previous picture, Malinowski sitting there, note that he's sitting above the natives who are sitting below him, and that he is living apart from them. So he has his own hut to live in. So he's always at a distance, at a bit of a remove, separate from those that he's living among. Franz Boas, the American anthropologist, was to change that quite radically. What Boas did, and I think really importantly, was that he rejected entirely ideas of social evolution. He said that you cannot hold to social evolution because all cultures are in the world at the same time simultaneously. All cultures are equally evolved. If cultures are different from each other, it's because they are different. It's not because one is more sophisticated and another is primitive. They are simply different from each other. Social evolution, he held, didn't help us to understand cultural difference. And I think that that's really important because I think as we go forward in time as social scientists, we need to always remember that cultures are different, but one is not superior to another. They exist on an equal plane. Everyone is equally human. So Boas's objective in his ethnography was to understand other cultures on their own terms. And that really pushed him, as it did later anthropologists, into realizing that if you wanted to learn about another culture, well, it was probably a pretty good idea to start by learning the language. How in the world can you learn about the belief systems, the traditions, the social values of another culture if you're forever expecting people to speak your language? So from the time of Boas, there is a real push that part of immersion in another culture is immersion in its language system as well. That allows you to realize, help you to realize the native's point of view and to understand other cultures, not on your terms, in terms of your own preconceptions, but on their terms. And Boas was the teacher to many anthropologists who followed, very famous anthropologists, Margaret Mead, Ruth Benedict, Robert Lowy, Edward Sapir, Alfred Kroeber, very big names in 20th century anthropology. It was Ruth Benedict who said that the aim of anthropology, and I've always liked this quotation of hers, was to keep the world safe for human difference, to recognize human difference, in other words, and to celebrate that and allow that and understand it rather than try and suppress or oppress or change it. In The Mind of Primitive Man, published back in 1911, so 111 years ago now, Boas rejected the idea of race. He said that people may look different, but that has no meaning when it comes to intellectual ability, any sort of ability. he rejected the idea of evolution. He said, if we are going to look at difference among human groups, let's look at ethnicity and let's look at difference in terms of culture, in terms of social values, in terms of traditions, in terms of cultural values. Let's not rank cultures along some hierarchical line. Let's look at them on their own terms. And from that point in time, it's a very emancipatory framework, I think. Anthropology and the social sciences in general have turned much more to a humanistic idea of what social science is and indeed should be about. The early 20th century too sees a change in the institutionalization of disciplines within the university system. And this is where we see a fragmentation taking place. One of the probably good things about 19th century social science, even though some of it was quite dreadful and, you know, completely oppressive in many ways and not mindful of human difference, it actually took a global perspective. It was attempts to understand the human and the human globally. But from the early 20th century, we see a fragmentation of that. And instead there is the hiving off, the development of different disciplines, different ways of understanding parts of the human. So in Australia, there were separate sociology and anthropology departments formed in universities. Psychology started to take a place in departments within universities. We also saw the emergence not simply of geography being a science, but of human geography, of a focus on the importance of place to human beings. We see sociology as primarily then a study of contemporary Western societies taking a place. And these disciplines for a very long time don't talk to each other very much. I think that's a shame. The ability to form cross-disciplinary alliances can lead to some really good social science. But for a lot of the 20th century, there are divisions. In Australia, we see anthropology established at the University of Sydney very early on, about 1920. And then the first sociology department doesn't open at Sydney until 1959. There's also a division made between the humanities, which of course is study of history, of languages, and the social sciences, anthropology, psychology, sociology, economics. This also is a bit of a shame. If the practitioners of the humanities and social sciences don't talk to each other, then they're losing out. Both of them, both sides are losing out. How could you possibly attempt to understand a culture as an anthropologist if you're not a student of its language and you don't know its history? At the same time, how can you understand history without understanding a little of the contemporary heirs to that history, the people whose history it is? How could you possibly understand a history, let's say, of Central Java without understanding something of contemporary Javanese people? So I think that these sorts of divisions are not helpful to the social science project. If the social science project is understanding and is understanding on the basis of human equality, then I think we need to talk very much among ourselves, with each other. One of the ways in which this talk started, sort of now a global discourse rather than a different institutions and fragmentation within the institutions, one of the ways in which this started in the social science was through feminism. So feminism took And here I'm thinking of the feminist project of the 1960s, what we might call first wave feminism. It was truly paradigm breaking because rather than put in male or men at the center of analysis, these are the people we're interested in. It said, well, men do not live without women. Neither indeed do women live without men. That you cannot really understand men without understanding the others around them, which is women and children. So what needs to be at the center is the human, male and female. So that's it's a bit of a return to the 19th century, but it's bringing it forward at the same time because it's assuming also that both men and women are equally worthy of study. So paradigm breaking. Feminism was, of course, as you'd be well aware, not simply an intellectual movement. It was also a social movement. So it changed societies at the same time. And it made problematic the gender division of labour and the gender division of authority. It really highly problematized that. And it changed the way in which people analyse their own society and analyse the society of others. And importantly, I think from the project of bringing the world together, it called into question the authority of the author. Who is this male anthropologist to speak for all women? That was one of the early questions put in anthropology. Who is this male anthropologist to make claims about women? How does he know the female experience? Surely we should be involving more female scholars in social science. A secondary question, one that I asked myself frequently, and particularly when I was working as a consultant in various projects in Indonesia, was who am I to speak for other people? Who am I as a white woman from Australia to speak for the people of South Kalimantan? Well, I've never spoken for the people of South Kalimantan, for some people of South Kalimantan. Surely what we need is much more of a collegial and collaborative approach to social science. So yes, by all means, I might do research, continue research in South Kalimantan, but wouldn't it be a good idea if I did that with South Kalimantan scholars, of which there are many? So it really called into question the authority of the author. Who had the authority to speak for themselves, for others, importantly?
Excuse me, Prof.
Just
Mary.
following my own notes here.
Your time for presentation is about 5 more minutes.
Oh, that's great. That's
If
fantastic.
that's okay
Yes.
for with you.
No, I'm fine with that.
Thank you,
That's
Prof.
about
Mary.
my timing too.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that if we're going to embark on some sort of collaborative project, which means that we have people from different nations working together in social science, we need, first of all, to rethink some of our social science concepts, such as society and culture. These all assume boundaries. Now, here's a society and it's bounded. Here's a culture and it's bounded. It's called the Banjar. We have to recognise that the Banjar, for example, have lots of communications with other cultures, and indeed they have communications globally. We all have global communications. We need to rethink then how we think about societies and cultures. We need to recognise we have excellent methodologies. We have ways of going forward. We've inherited them from people like Malinowski, which are actually really useful, and we need to do that. However, we've got some constraints and we've got some roadblocks. The first is an inequality. Without a doubt, the language of social science is primarily, globally, English, and that is a constraint. It's a tyranny, we might say. It's a tyranny of the English language. I'll get to that in a moment. The other problem, I think, and I feel it very strongly in Australian universities, is there's been a real turn to neoliberalism, which basically means get as many students in as you can, educate them as quickly as possible and push them out into the workforce. But we know that good social science, and particularly that which is based on fieldwork, takes time. We also know that it often challenges the status quo, challenges the way things are today. And it can be then uncomfortable for our university leaders, for our political leaders. We need to remember that, but we can't stop from doing that, because good social science should be coming up with something like truths and understandings. It should not simply be compliant. But there are real opportunities, I feel, and this is what I want to end with. One of the real opportunities, and I hope this becomes more a feature of the present and the future than it is now, are multilingual publications. We're not going to get away from the tyranny of English very quickly, but there are ways that we can promote multilingual work. So just to give you a very small example, this particular, it might not let me hot link it through. I'll let you have a look yourselves when I finish this presentation, because I think you might find it quite useful. But this particular volume called Issues, it's published out of the University of Western Sydney. And what it attempts to do is to present short essays which are on areas of social and cultural concern, and it will present them in English, and it will present them also in the language of the writer. So if you're writing about Bangladesh, for example, then it would be a Bangla translation that was included there. If you're writing about another culture, then it would be, am I still screen sharing? I'm sorry about that. Let me go back. You don't need to see that. Just need to wait a moment for this to go away. Well, we can keep it on this slide. It doesn't really matter. If it's about a part of Bangladesh, then that particular essay would have both an English and a Bangladeshi version. I think that we need to push some of our premier journals in the fields of social science to accept submissions in more than one language. That would be a great step forward. Where I think Indonesia and Indonesian social sciences have global excellence and can really build on, and where social scientists from Australia, from other parts of the world could really benefit in working with Indonesians, are two areas. One is multiculturalism. I mean, Indonesia is such a diverse nation. Studies of ethnicity and ethnic formation have a real place in Indonesia. We, and here I'm talking about Australian social science, we can learn a great deal from Indonesian social science. And the other great area for further explanation is nationalism. I mean, Indonesia has managed, since independence, to forge a nation out of more than 260 different language groups. That's an incredible feat, an incredible achievement. How has that taken place? How does Bhinneka Tunggal Ika actually work on a day-to-day basis? Because we know that it does. And yes, there has been, some forms of ethnic disharmony and conflict, but the history of contemporary Indonesia is also a history of ethnic harmony, of ethnic groups getting together and working together. That's something that I think Indonesian social scientists have a lot to tell the global social science world about. That achievement is quite massive, very significant. So I will leave it at that, and would welcome any comments from anyone who wishes to chime in.
Thank you so much, Prof. Mary. Please, audience, join me to give applause to Prof. Mary's presentation. I would like also to welcome the Rector of Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Professor Dr. Komarudin M.Sc, and the Secretary of the Senate of the Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Professor Dr. Rahman Shah, and the head of LP3M, Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Professor Muhamad, who just recently joined us from other program. So we got a lot of programs today, Prof. Mary. So thank you,
Yes, I see.
Pak Rector, Prof. Ahmad, and Prof. Zid for joining us. It was very enlightening presentation, Prof, from Prof. Mary. I have been brought to the memory of your anthropologist experience, Prof. Mary, from Kalimantan. And also now you more focus on European countries, if I believe. And
That's
also, it is very interesting to learn that the anthropology and sociology might have started or influenced with the imperialism, yeah, and how the topic of social sciences such as identity has been continuously studied by anthropologists and also sociologists. I also particularly interested to learn actually the Sydney University only opened the Department of Sociology very recently, 1959. So
That's correct, yes.
yes, it is very amazing to see the development of the studies of anthropology and sociology in Western University, even though it only been started few decades ago. But then, yeah, the impact internationally recognized. We're also looking forward to have that position, yeah, in the international level. Please pray for us as well, Prof. Mary. I believe there are many participants who got questions to Prof. Mary. So I would like to welcome any participants who'd like to personally ask question. Maybe from this room first, if any. Yeah, okay, Pak Firdaus Hadi, and then Pak Asep after that. I think we can take two questions, yeah, Prof. Mary, yeah?
Yes,
Okay.
sure.
Thank you. Please, Pak Firdaus Hadi.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
I'd like to thank you, Mr. Firdaus, for the opportunity to ask a question for Professor Mary. My name is Firdaus Hadi Santosa from History Education Program. I would like to ask you a question. My question is, what is the most urgent thing in the social science field that needs to prepare for the development of science in the future? That's my question. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Do you like to take the second question first, Bu Mary, and then you could respond to both of them? Okay. So, Pak Asep, you can deliver your question now.
Okay, Professor Mary, so thank you for your opportunity. I'm very interested about the topics that you deliver for today's conference. My name is Asep Rudi from lectures from departments of Pancasila and Civics Education. So I'm interested about the local culture identity that you presented. As the technology advances in all aspects of life, so and then the globalizations coming across the world, the local culture, I think, will be slightly disappeared. So how do you think to protect the local cultures and local identity, which I think it is hugely important to be protected, and the globalization still develop for today? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for both questions. The first was about what is most important, what crucial for us to be looking at in the social sciences now. And the second, which is about perhaps the protection of cultural diversity of local cultures. I think actually those questions in one sense answer each other. The cultural diversity is something that we certainly don't want to see disappear into some sort of globalized world. If the entire world were to become, like identical supermarkets and food halls and so on, then that would be a great loss. I don't think that globalization actually is that imposing. I do think that it also takes a lot of local content, even if that local content seems to be insignificant. So just to give you a very small example, if we take the food giant McDonald's, which exists everywhere in the world these days, it's not actually the same everywhere in the world. So if you're to, order if you're in India, you're likely to order a burger that has no meat in it. It will be a potato burger. If you're in Australia, your French fries will come with tomato sauce. If you're in Indonesia, you might actually order chicken and not a burger, rather than anything else. And your French fries are likely to come with sambal. So there are all these little local variations. But I think that for us as social scientists, what we want to do is capture and value those differences and to promote difference, not in order to promote disorder or to create conflict, not that at all, but to be able to teach others and, those that our children's and children's generation, just how rich the human cultural world is, rather than it being, one sort of, monolithic, everything looks the same, a culture of nothing and nowhere because everywhere is looking much the same. Let's promote that sort of an emphasis and an appreciation, perhaps, not emphasis, an appreciation of the richness of human diversity. That's what I would see as our most important task.
Thank you, Prof. Mary. So the value within the diversity of cultures, I think one of the very important topic that we would like to looking at as a scientist of social science, yeah, Prof. Mary.
Yeah.
So thank you.
And I mean, Indonesia can do this. Indonesian social scientists can do this, better than almost any other nation because the Indonesian nation state is so diverse.
Mm-hmm. So that's probably the benefits, the opportunity as well of being, or studying Indonesia in the perspective of social sciences.
Yes,
okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Prof. Mary. I think there are other participants who would like to ask questions. We still have time, I think, for one more question. Do we have? Yeah, okay. Pak Fauzi Ramadan, please.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Mary, for your presentation. I'm Fauzi from Geographic Education. Also have some basic in human geography. I want to ask some question that I hope still relevant to this topic. It's about the ecological problem.
Mm-hmm.
As we know, the rapid increase of the population usually accompanied by the increase of the land utilization. And within certain limit, it will cause the environmental problems. As you know, Borneo or Kalimantan is the one of the main island in Indonesia that have biggest converted land cover from forest into palm oil plantation.
Yes.
In one side, it makes people of Kalimantan have more income, but in the other side, it causes the environmental damage. How do you think about that in anthropological or maybe sociological perspective? Thank you.
Thank you for that question, and I recognise the extent now of palm oil plantations throughout Kalimantan. Indeed, Indonesia, I think, contributes. Indonesia and Malaysia together are the world's biggest palm oil producers, and that has benefits, and it has it presents a certain threat to the environment. I think there are two things that perhaps we need to keep in mind. One is that those particular permits that are issued for palm oil plantations are issued besides other permits to keep parts of the land around there free from palm oil. And I think that we need, and this is, you know, on the level of regional governments, we need to ensure that those areas that are put aside as reserves are actually used as reserves. I think that we also need to listen to and work with local peoples about local forms of land use. I'm working with a student currently from Jambi who is very interested in how Orang Rimba are working on forest fires and mitigating forest fires with traditional practices. I think we could learn quite a lot from you know, the various Dayak peoples of Kalimantan, particularly central and western Kalimantan, about land use. That would be a great step forward. I think the other great step forward that would need to be a collective one is there are forms of palm oil production that are more sustainable than others. And there is now a global consortium for sustainable palm oil practices and production. And that is something that Indonesians might think of signing up to, if indeed some companies have not already signed up to that. So that would be, I think, a great step forward. Look, at the moment and for the foreseeable future, palm oil is not going to go away, as we know. But we need to do something about it because its ecological cost is huge. I totally agree with that. So listen to local people, work with local people about local land use strategies and try and get something going at the governmental level at the same time.
Thank you, Prof. Mary. That was very enlightening answer for us. I personally have a question, but unfortunately the time is so limited. So just a very short and burning question, Prof. Mary. In this digital time, is it possible as anthropologists to work remotely from the perspective of IT in technology? Is it possible to you know, do the work of anthropologists, as you mentioned, orang pasar, yeah, and etc., orang Banjar? Is it possible if you cannot visit them personally? Just running in my head.
Okay. Very quickly, the answer to that is yes and no.
Okay.
I think that our experience of the pandemic has taught us that there is a great deal you can do in digital sense. I have a student who is studying Umrah. Her intention was to accompany a group of Umrah pilgrims. Instead, she was stuck behind a computer screen, and so she interviewed people via Zoom. You can do a great deal, I think, with Zoom, but you need to know a little about the culture of the people that you're talking with via Zoom for that to be functional. So you do need to do still field visits unless it's a place you know very, very well already.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Mary. So, okay. If I might conclude, the anthropology and sociology have been developed since the era of imperialism, and this is a way to actually understand the other and also us. But the development of anthropology and sociology will continue in the future because there are numerous new topics such as feminism, multiculturalism, nationalism, among others, which are very interesting to be discussed within the perspective of social sciences. So we are very grateful to your presentations and also explanation, Prof. Mary. I look forward personally to meeting you in person, hopefully one day in the future. And participants, please join me to again thank and appreciate the presentation of Professor Mary Hawkins from Western Sydney University. And also for the participants who have been asked a question to the presenter, I also appreciate your very active participation. So this is the end of this session. Again, I'm as moderator. I do apologize for any inconvenience during this session. And me, Firdaus Wajdi from Universitas Negeri Jakarta. Looking forward to see you in the next session. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Prof. Mary.
Terima kasih Firdaus. Sampai
Thank you.
jumpa lah.
Sampai jumpa lagi, Prof. Mary.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I would like to transfer the event to our MC. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Firdaus. Once again, thank you, Mr. Firdaus, who lead the session, and also thank you for Prof. Mary Hawkins for giving us the presentation. And the next speaker is Professor Muhammad Ali, M.Sc, Ph.D. from University of California, Riverside, USA.
Hello, Mr. Prof. Muhammad Ali. How are you?
Hello. Can you hear me well?
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. We can hear you pretty well.
Oh, thank you. All right.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. Muhammad Ali. And our moderator to lead the session, please welcome Mr. Fauzi Abdullah, SPD MPD.
Okay, thank you. Before the next speaker start, I would like to test audio and video from our speaker, Prof. Muhammad Ali.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me well?
Okay, great. So, can we start now?
Yes.
Okay. All guests may have a seat, and online guests at Zoom, stand by with your best position. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before we begin, let me address my gratitude to all participants who's joined the meeting. Hello, everyone. I hope you are doing well, especially for our guest, Professor Muhammad Ali. Of course, to all HISPISI members, ICHELSS participants, and ICHELSS presenters. Now, we are moving along to the next agenda of the second HISPISI International Conference on Humanities, Education, Law, and Social Sciences 2022. My name is Fauzi Abdullah. I'm a lecturer at Pancasila and Civics Education Program, Faculty of Social Sciences, Universitas Negeri, Jakarta. As a part of a conference committee efforts to provide you with the timely topics and interesting speakers, we'd appreciate if you would participate on the discussions. Next, you'll be hearing a presentation from Professor Muhammad Ali in this very timely subject. But before we get started, I want to take a few minutes of your time. Let me read our speaker short curriculum vitae. Okay, Professor Muhammad Ali is the director of the Middle East and Islamic Studies program, Professor of Islamic Studies, Religious Studies Department, faculty member of Southeast Asia Text, Ritual, and Performance, C-TRIP program, Asian Studies program, Global Studies program, University of California, Riverside, USA. Okay, now we're moving along to our session. Please welcome Professor Muhammad Ali, PhD, who will be speaking us on current trends on the religious studies and the global context. Time is yours, Pali.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fauzi Abdullah. It is my honor to be one of the speakers of this international conference on humanities, education, law, and social sciences, hosted by the Faculty of Social Sciences, Universitas Negeri Jakarta. I am very pleased to share some of the perspectives on my background and research about religions. So how the study of religion is currently carried out in America. Also, we can talk about the study of religion in Indonesia. We can have some conversation about that and how the study of religion might benefit from social sciences, and also how the study of religion could benefit social sciences. So there is interdisciplinarity of religious studies and social sciences, as well as humanities. I have prepared some slides. There are about 60 slides. I don't want to go into details on the slides, but I want to share those slides so to give us some pictures and some informations about the current trends of religious studies in the global context. Let me share my screen, okay?
Okay, just bring it on.
All right. Can you see my slide?
Okay, clear. Perfect.
Thank you very much for confirming. So the topic that I have been given to talk about current trends in religious studies in the global context. This is just one of the pictures me with my students here. They come from different backgrounds. Actually, Dr. Firdaus Wajdi was one of the visiting scholar here at UCR, who with other faculty members from Indonesia joined the research and also joined some of the classes at the University of California, Riverside, a few years ago. So anyway, thank you, Dr. Firdaus Wajdi, for inviting me to talk about religious studies.
Thank you for coming, Prof. Coming back to Jakarta.
I hope that I can be in person in Jakarta, but now I'm back in the US. So I was in Indonesia for 2 months, July and August, June, July, and now I'm back in the US. So unfortunately, I can only do this via Zoom. But anyway, hopefully we can be in person next time. So religious studies, a global view. Yeah. The question that scholars and students, in different countries is, what is religion? And of course, when you ask about this, what is religion, you will come up with so many different definitions, right? So many different ways to define, to describe, to explain what religion is, right? So you will have so many answers. There is no one single monolithic answer to the question of what is religion. That is why you still debate the academic study of religion. What does it mean to study religion today? What does it mean to do research about religion? And that's, you still have those questions even until today. Even the current trends is still debating about that. You have two perspectives here. One is some scholars don't want to discuss what religion is. Yeah. In other words, they don't really want to define what religion is. Instead, they just want to research religious or the religious. Anything that is considered religious, then they could do a research about that. And without defining it. Okay. So without defining religion. Number two, or some other scholars try to define religion. So we have to define a religion, what it is, and what is the difference between religion and the non-religion, the religious and the non-religious. How about the political? How about the social? How about the economy? How about the health? How about all kind of things in human societies that are not considered religion or religious. And then you see here religion. So if you see there is religion, then you have to define it. Anyway, so you have, debates about that, right? So the point is there is no universal definition. In the classical time, we in the West talk about religion being the experience of the mysterium tremendum, something mysterious, something tremendous, huge, big, super, yeah, we call it a super, but it's mysterious. There is nothing to really explain what is religious in human language. Mysterium tremendum, anything that is related to this experience of the mysterium tremendum could be considered the religions or the religious. And then you have Max Weber, a sociologist, who said that it is about meaning. Yeah, religion is basically about the search for meaning. Yeah, a meaning-giving activity that serves emotional and social as well as cognitive functions. A way of investing life with meaning in response to suffering, evil, and death. So in other words, religion for Max Weber has social function. Yeah. Social function as well as emotional function, but also cognitive function about intellectual mind, rational function. It is a response to suffering, when someone is ill or sick, and then they deal with the sickness, the illness, with something religious. They may pray to the divine, to God. They may be closer to the natural world, for example. And also when their family members die, what does it mean to die and how to deal with death? And what is next after someone dies? So the question about that would relate to what we call religion. So you have even contradictory definition of religion, right? Antithetical views of religions. So one scholar would say religion is about the private matter. It is about the individual. Yeah, when you are lonely, then you tend to be religious. When you are, feeling that you are, in the private sphere, in your room, in your office, in your bedroom, in your car, all these, places, and then you feel lonely, you feel you are solitary, then you are religious, according to Whitehead. But this is one of the opinions, right? The other opinion would say, like by Emile Durkheim, religion is about community. It's not about being individual. It is about being in community. It is about how to be a member of a moral community. We call religious community. It's a moral community. So in other words, you become part of the members of a church, of a mosque, of an Islamic organization, of Christian organization, of Buddhist monasteries, all these communities, right? So it is about being in community. That's Emile Durkheim, right? So you have a personal and then social. It seems like they don't, agree on each other. Marx is notorious for his definition of religion being a negative thing, because according to Marx, religion is the opium of the people. Religion is only the illusory sun which revolves around man as long as he does not revolve around himself. So according to Marx, this is a critical perspective of religion. This is the classical study of religion. So I'm trying to trace first before we talk about the current trends. Okay, for Marx, really, you are religious because you don't rely on yourself. You cannot rely on yourself, on your own capability, on your own reason, or rationality, the ability to solve problems by yourself. Then you become religious because you need something else. You need beyond beyond humans, beyond this natural world. So that's why you need God, you need a prophet, you need a revelation, you need spirituality, you need spirits, and so on and so forth. That's according to Marx. That's why it is opium of the people. People turn to religion, and then they they become less revolutionary. They stay away from revolution, class struggle, because religion turned them away from class struggle. Because from Karl Marx, the real struggle is class struggle between, you know, the proletariat and bourgeoisie. Okay, so that's one of the classical understanding of religion. Then you have the Sigmund Freud, who defines religion also quite negatively, because according to Freud, religion is a future of an illusion that says, you know, it is psychological experience. It is an obsessional neurosis of humanity. Yeah, it is also based on humans' child experience when they are childing, and then they long for a father, the figure of father, and that's why they become religious. That's why you have a father like Abraham, and you have a prophet, mostly men, because that's how people become religious. They turn to man so that they become, you know, they have this longing for the figure of father. Then you have another definition. Religion is that system of activities and belief directed toward in response to what is perceived to be a sacred value and transforming power. This is what, when the sacred value comes. Yeah, what is sacred? Consider holy, supernatural, extraordinary, beyond this world, transcendence, and also transforming. Yeah, so the sacred, maybe the Quran, maybe the Bible, maybe Bhagavad Gita, but also the sacred might also is in the form of the mosque, the church, the temple. The sacred also maybe in the form of verses that you recite, like you know, like talismans, charms that you recite to protect you from danger, to get rid of evil and things like that. So you use religion as a sacred thing, so you can be protected from danger, from sickness, from anything else, and it could create some transformative power. So religion has power. Okay. Paul Tillich, however, discussed religion in terms of the ultimate concern. When we talk about religion, it is about ultimate concern. You know, it's not simple. It's not about ordinary concern. Oh yes. Oh, someone is talking. So maybe okay. It is about the ultimate concern. So religion is about God, the supernatural, about rewards, about paradise and hell, about, you know, all this ultimate concern, about the meaning of life, what, you know, what is the purpose of life, and so on and so forth. It's not about how to, you know, how to drive a car, how to become, you know, healthy, how to become rich, how to become politician. So that's not religion, according to Paul Tillich, because religion is about the ultimate concern. Okay. William James uses psychology in order to understand religious tradition and religious phenomena. So to William James, religion is about the experiences of individual. Yeah, again, in their solitude, when they are alone, in relation to whatever they consider the divine. So when someone feels lonely and then they need, you know, the divine, they need the supernatural. So it is psychological experience. It is psychological state of being. So religion is about psychology for William James. Clifford Geertz, anthropologist, define religion anthropologically as motivation. Religion is motivation. Motivation about, you know, about different things. It's also about things that they consider order of existence. You know, what is the world? What is the cosmos? What is the social order? What is things that are considered orderly? So according to Geertz, people or human beings need religion in order to have this sense of order. Yeah. And then they are the sense of understanding. They like to understand the world, you know, by turning to religion. For them, it is not enough just to rely on science. They still need something beyond that. And it is about general order of existence. All right, Mircea Eliade, another religion scholar. I'm talking about Western scholars now, okay? So the sacred and the profane. I already talked about the sacred as the sphere of the supernatural, the extraordinary, the memorable, the momentous, right? The profane or the worldly is the realm of the everyday business. Some things are ordinary, random, and largely unimportant. So that's why the profane and the sacred are often considered the opposite. Sacred, sacral, yeah, and the profane, dunya. So that usually we call in our distinction of what is religious and what is not. Ninian Smart, another religion scholar from America, tried to use dimensions of the sacred. So it is about, so the sacred has many dimensions. So for example, Islam or Christianity or Hinduism, they have ritual dimension, right? You know, prayer, worshiping, giving offerings to the deities, to gods, for example, in the Hindu tradition. So ritual is one dimension. Another dimension of the sacred, according to Smart, is doctrine. So you have about what to believe in God, believe in angels, believe in Jesus as a savior, you know, all these doctrines, right? So that's a doctrinal dimension. Another thing is about narration or narrative dimension. You know, when we talk about religion, there's some stories about the prophets, right? About figures and religious saints, about Sufis, right? There's a mythic or narrative dimension of religion. It's in the form of stories, yeah? So you learn about religion sometimes through the stories. And that's the third one. And then the next one is experiential dimension of the sacred. This is a dimension about experience, yeah, how you experience prayer, how do you do a pilgrimage, what happens when you are ill, when you lost your loved ones emotionally. So, and then they see this sacredness there, right? Then you have the ethics, morality, yeah, how to do good in society, and it including things like what you can eat, what you cannot eat, what you can drink, what you cannot drink, whom you can marry, whom you cannot marry. So this kind of ethical and legal dimension, right? Then you have the organizational aspect or social aspect of religion. This is when you have a social sciences benefit from, or religion can benefit social sciences. So the organization part, social part, how things change, how religious people change from time to time, you know, and so on and so forth. Then material and artistic dimension, calligraphy, mosque, architecture, the text, or sajadah, or rosemary, you know, rosary, when you pray, all this, anything that is considered material. So religion also deals with something material, not only about the spiritual. Then you have political aspect of religion. You know, people are religious and then they become politicians, or politics influence religious tradition. Religious beliefs also influence political participation, and so on and so forth. That's or some of the dimensions of sacred, okay? However, right, those are the definition that some scholars try to define religion, and theists try not to define religion. It is about religious experience. In other words, a building block approach to the study of religion. This is one of the current trend in religious studies. Religious experience reconsidered. In other words, it is not about defining what is religion, what is not religion. It is about what people think when they say, you know, that this is religious. What people themselves see as religious, or the religious. And the building block is something, because religious, what is religious is connected to other things. You know, maybe when someone sick, when someone want to have a successful business, when someone want to become part of a professional organization, and then they feel like being, you know, in the same religious community helps them better, make them more comfortable. But other people say that, well, I want my, you know, friends not only from my own faith. I want to have a multi-religious friends, for example. So friendships, collegiality at schools, in the universities, you know, all things that should be considered when we talk about the religious. So it is it's like a building block approach. A building block approach is like when you build, you know, using the blocks, when you build something. So religious is something that is connected to other things. It's not an independent thing. It's not a separate thing. What is religious is not a separate, like a thing. It is something that is connected so many variables. Okay, so religious experience you know, invite us to think about not definition, but think about experience. And then this experience is multi variable. That's the point about this book. Okay, and then you have also the question about, well, how about why you study religion? Why do we need to study religion? Well, it depends on different, even if you are in the field of education or social sciences, humanities, law, all the fields that you come from or you study or you major, you can still take religion as one of the aspects that you can study. So in other words, religion is not the object of the religious studies alone. Religion can be studied from so many different perspectives and theories and sciences, humanities and social sciences. So if you are sociologist, then you can study religion. If you are anthropologist, you can still study religion. If you are education, in the field of education, you can still study religion. If you are anything, if you are a business major, for example, you can still study what is the connection between business and religion. Tourism, for example, the economy, fashion, the media, social media, all things, cultural studies might also take religion as the object of study. So why study religion? Because religion is a pervasive phenomena. Yeah, it's a pervasive phenomena. It exists regardless you believe or not in religion. Religion exists and pervasive. It pervades the domains of human lives in the past, but also in the present day. So why study religion? It is pervasive. It exists. It impacts so many domains of life across cultures. So you can read some of the books that talk about the study of religion. This is one of the books that I would suggest. Some of the theories, some of the ideas, some of the concepts, some of the approaches to the study of religion. You have a lot to pick, to select what is best for your own interest, for your own research interest. So there's a lot that we can study and use so that we can study religion better. Some of the discussions that come in the recent times is the relationship between religious studies and theology. Yeah, so theology in general tend to be normative, what you should believe. In other words, if you study theology, you want to become a better religious person. If you are Christian, you want to become a better Christian. If you are Buddhist, you want to become a better Buddhist. If you are Muslim, you want to become a better Muslim. That's a theological approach, generally speaking. Okay, there are some, of course, approaches, but this is just to make a simplification. Religious studies, however, is from the Western tradition, to study religious tradition more academically and not from the normative perspective. It is what it is and how people become religious. Why people becomes religious or non-religious, rather than what people should believe. All right. So it's not about what they should believe, but it is about how and why people believe the way they believe. Why people, for example, why so many people in Indonesia, they go in line to go to pilgrimage to Mecca and waiting for 20 years, 30 years, right? So that's a social science. That's religious studies. You study why people are so keen, so desire, have so much desire, motivation to do pilgrimage, to perform the Hajj. This is an example, right? So that's religious studies, one of the objects. So that's why, religious studies and theory sometimes the opposite. But the two approaches are by no means mutually exclusive. You can still discuss the academic perspective of religious studies and theological normative perspective at the same time, even though you just need to be aware and mindful about that. So theology and religious studies for the 21st century. It's about the faith, the fields of faith are so vast and so pervasive. The fields of faith are so large, and you can find the religious in many fields. Yeah, not only in the mosque, not only in the church, not only in the temples. Religions exist in the cars. Religion exists in the offices. Religion exists in the political parties. Religion exists when they vote, their political leaders. Religion exists when they find the best dress and clothes for themselves and for their kids, and so on and so forth, right? So fields of faith are so vast and so dynamic. The International Association for the History of Religions defined the scientific study of religion as the critical, analytical, and cross-cultural study of religion, past and present. It is not with confessional, apologetical, or other similar concerns. So this is again how religion is defined or described in the religious studies perspectives, in the religious studies fields, rather than in the confessional, theological, normative perspectives of field. So there's some some tension there. You have so many books about theory and method in religious studies. I will explain some of them later. So one of the points here, I have maybe 5 minutes. How much time do I have left, Fauzi? 15 minutes? Okay, thank you. Thank you. So far, so good, right? You can hear me well. Okay. So one aspect of the study of religion is the emic and ethic. Yeah, emic and ethic is the insider and outsider perspective. For example, if you are a Muslim and then you study about Islam and you do research about Islam, how your own perspective of Muslim, interferes or influence your study of Islam, right? So, and how much that you need to distance yourself from your own faith by trying to explain the phenomena or the phenomenon of other peoples or yourself or the society that you are researching objectively as an outsider. So insider and outsider perspective. It's very delicate balance that you have to make. How you research about Islam when you are Muslim, how you do research about Christianity if you are Christian, how you do Buddhism or other religions while you are also Buddhist. So this is an insider and outside perspective. There is no like which one is better, or it is the tension that always there, and you just need to negotiate and play around and how to do it correctly, responsibly. And if your intention is to make people understand what the religious is, then you have to be an outsider in a way. Try to make a distance from your object of study. Confessional and non-confessional approaches, meaning if you are a Muslim and you study about Islam, you are Christian, you study about Christianity or maybe indigenous religions that you are studying, and you are a member of indigenous religion in Indonesia or anywhere else, then you have to try to distance yourself from your own faith. And how it is possible? It is possible. That is why social science and social sciences and humanities are very important. Different approaches in order to make your study reliable, responsible, and of course scientifically sound, rather than your own faith about what should people believe about Islam, about Christianity, about other things. So that's why pulpit and podium approaches, meaning that pulpit is maybe religious, confessional, normative, sometimes apologetical approaches, and then podium approaches more non-confessional approaches. All right, this is some of the current topics that might need our social science and religion perspective. For example, the notion of Hagia Sophia in Turkey. Remember, there's some discussion about Hagia Sophia in Turkey. A museum. It used to be a church, and then turning to be a mosque, and then turning to museum, and then turning into mosque recently. Yeah, so you have how to study this, right? This history of Hagia Sophia from a church to become a mosque. And this is from all this transformation that happened. And what are some of the rules of the United Nations, the rules of the different organizations, Christian Byzantine architectures, and so on and so forth. It's about coexistence, but also tension. It's about Christian Islamic civilization. It's about so many other things. So we can study that. Just an example. And then you have about, recently in France, we talk about President Macron, when there was what the people call separatism, Islamic separatism and Islamophobia. Islamophobia in France, Islamophobia in America is happening. But how we can understand this phenomenon, right? This is one of the global events that we can study using the study of religion, using religious studies approaches. We have to study about French laicite, French form of secularism. And in Indonesia, we talk about Pancasila, right? What is Pancasila, and how Indonesians have responded to the event in France, to the events in America, and so on. That's also another topic of research. And then, of course, Indonesia talk about, American talk about the President Trump before, former President Trump, and then President Biden, and then how they use religion in their own political agenda. Either they are for or against religion. So you have so many different things that we can discuss. Yeah, of course, Islamophobia is one of the current topics when we discuss in the religious studies. But not only Islamophobia, there is also some other things, anti-Semitism, that people are against Jews, against Judaism, but also the state of Israel, the rule of the state of Israel in these problems, and so on. Racism, the question of racism. What is relationship between religion and racism, for example? Well, there's so many things. Yeah, this is the list of books that you can study if you are interested in this question of Islamophobia. Okay, but who speaks for Islam and Islamophobia? This is some of the images I got from the internet. How this is when people reject ISIS, and then they try to promote Islam Nusantara, for example, or Indonesian Islam. What does it mean to reject ISIS, and what is the really the attitude of the government, the people, social organizations, for the families, and so on, about all these things. And you have a violent extremism. The price of violent extremism sometimes is used for Islam, although violent extremism might also happen to white supremacists. The Christians, also white Americans who wanted to get rid of all the foreigners from America. Some of the white supremacists believe that whiteness is the best, is highly civilizational. All other civilization, all other cultures, including Muslims and Mexicans and Chinese and others, are less. And then they use some forms of violence in order to promote the ideology, right? So that's one of the questions in the modern time to understand and to study, the role of religion in the politics, in racism, in xenophobia. Xenophobia is a form of anti-foreigners. So when you fear foreigners, strangers, you are afraid of foreigners that you don't know, there is a potential of xenophobia. And then there might be a religious aspect in it. And what is that, right? That's how religious studies can participate to understand, right? So anyway, so this is just some of the things that you can discuss. And of course, in Islamic studies, if you study Arabic, I can give you some books about religious pluralism in Arabic, the diversity of religions, and understand that within Islam and also in the Arabic cultures, you also have Christians, Jews, and others as well who are not Muslim. So you have Palestinian Christian, for example, and how Palestinian Christians interact with Palestinian Muslims, right? For example, that is a contemporary time, but in the past, you have books about Islam and other religions. Okay. Next one is, yep. Yes. Thank you. We have 5 minutes. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. And then you have also scholars who try to compare Islam and other religious traditions. Yeah. William Graham, for example, a scholar who studies book scripture. According to William Graham, the Quran is not only book. It's mostly about oral tradition. So what is oral? Yeah, you study the Quran, you listen to the Quran, you recite the Quran, rather than you read the Quran alone. So there is something oral. That is one of the objects you can study, right? So scripture text is not simply about the text. It's also about the orality. That's another example of the influence of religious studies in Islamic studies. Then, of course, about the religious pluralism. And if you study statistics, you can see Pew Research Institute, or they have a lot of research on religion and social science, religions in the world, yeah, how people become religious, and then religious demographics, how many Muslims, how many Christians, how many Hindus in the world. So you can check that. Pew Research Center, yeah, Pew Research Center has so much that you can study and learn about religions in the public life. The census of in Indonesia also, you can study that, right? The census about how many peoples are Christians, Muslim, and so on. And of course, about religious diversity. Okay, I don't want to go into details about this. This is just some of the questions that are currently studied about difference and otherness. Yeah, the construction of the other. Yeah, when you are Muslim, who is the other? When you are Sunni, who is the Shiite? When you are Christian, who is a non-Christian? When you are religious, who is the non-religious? So the notion of otherness is another concept that you might use when we study the religion. In Indonesia, you can study so many things about blasphemy, about Ahmadiyya, about the Shiite, about dialogues, about cooperation, about COVID-19, the religious responses to COVID-19, for example, all other subjects that you study. I just want to go this quickly, right? You can study the text, you can study the law, you can study the society, you can study the political organization, and you can study so many other things, yeah, in religious studies, anthropologically included. You can study public policy, you can study education, yeah, and of course, interdisciplinarity. In other words, religious studies cannot be just religious studies. It has also need to benefit from social sciences and humanities. Okay, this is some of the things that you can study. I can give you these slides and then you can study this. If you're interested in some of these slides, just let me know, okay? Or some of the things, for example, religious moderation. Currently in Indonesia, there is a research about religious moderation, right? Moderasi agama by the Ministry of Religion, and then some of the universities are participating. What does religious moderation mean to Muslim, but also to Christian, to Hindus, to Buddhists in Indonesia, right? And also the environment, religion and the environment, the green Islam, green Christianity, green Buddhism. What is the role of religion in the environmental movement? Gender and feminism, sexuality, all these things can be used in order to study the religion, okay? Lastly, this is the last, is the use of digital humanities in our research about religion. Digital humanities, basically you use the internet, the research and the archival resources in the internet. So there's so much the internet, then that you can study and get, and then you can study that. So the rule of digital humanities and research method in religious studies. I don't want to go into details about this. This is one of the current trends in the study of religion today. Yeah, using the internet as a source for the study of religion. Okay, that's all. So to summarize and to conclude my, lecture, I have maybe a few seconds here. That the current trends in the study of religion are vast and multiple and interdisciplinary. The study of religion might benefit from social sciences and also humanities. You can include law, education there, but also, religion should become part of our study of any field that we are in. Even though we are in the business major, or maybe you are in the economy, there's so much literature about the economic of religion. You can understand religious phenomenon using economic theories and approaches like supply and demand, for example. How people become the followers of celebrities, right? The ustaz celebrities, because there's supply and demand using the economic, right, in order to study the religious phenomena. Just an example, right? So in other words, you can be in any fields in the social sciences and humanities, and you can still study religion. Thank you so much for listening to my lecture. I know it is so much, but I'm looking forward to our conversation. Thank you.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Mentari. I'm from Public Relation and Digital Communication Department. I want to ask a question. In the technological development era, there are so many new social phenomena related to religious arise in positive or negative way.
Yeah, I can hear well. Yeah, I can hear well. Yeah.
Example, people more critical about religious issues in social media, and maybe there are so much information in social media about part of surah or hadith in order to motivate other user, but the other user rarely to recheck this information from credible source. So what we can do as an academician to properly respond this phenomena without offending any parties. Thank you, Prof. Ali.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, Prof. Ali, which one do you want to answer it directly or move to another question?
Yeah, we can have another question first, and then I can respond at once.
Okay, Bu Iza or okay, Bu Iza first. Bu Iza is
Assalamualaikum, Kang Ali. I'm Iza.
Waalaikumsalam.
I'm your junior in Darussalam. Okay, Kang Ali. I'm a journal editor, and I got information that in reputable international indexer like Scopus and WOS were very interested in Islamic topic. Can you tell us the factor behind it, beside the procedural requirement fulfilled by the journal? Thank you.
Okay. All right. Can I respond to the questions now,
Yes.
Mr. Fauzi?
Bring it
Abdullah?
on.
Okay, thank you. All right, this is two good questions. First is social media, right? So the social media has different impacts on the peoples, on the society, right? Positive, negatives, and this, and the internet provides us with so much information. Some informations are not reliable. They just, they just give you interpretations, opinions, views, attitudes, sometimes intolerant, even violence, attitude toward others, toward other religious interpretations, even toward other religious organization within the same religion. They use the different verses, different texts, in order to condemn or maybe hate other peoples from different groups who have different interpretation of the same verses. So yes, that is reality. The reality of social media is that you have so much openness. There is so much liberty and freedom for people to choose and select. So the problem is whether or not we can select, we can screen, we can do the screening of all these informations. In other words, we have to equip ourselves with knowledge, with reliable information. Maybe we need to take courses or study about Islam from teachers, from professors, from credible professors that really are experts in the Quran, in the Hadith, in the fiqh, in the theology, all these fields of Islamic sciences. So we have to equip ourselves with the tools of these sciences so that we can screen the information in the social media that come to us. We cannot just accept every information about religion like 100%. We have to be very careful, especially when people use social media to pass hatred and spread hoax, right, about different peoples. If it is too sensational, if you see, for example, the words are capitals and the language is not in order, you can see whether or not the information comes from the reliable sources. You can detect that the information that comes to you is reliable or not. So you can see how to select reliable information. Find the websites about Islam that are reliable, because there's so many websites and YouTube videos and Instagrams accounts and Twitter accounts and others that are not reliable. They just simply opinions. And these opinions, personal opinions, might cite the Quran, might cite the Hadith, might cite the opinions of the ulama, but without context. Without context. So understand the text in context. That is another way to screen our information. Understand the context about the Quran, about the Hadith, about religious texts, and so on and so forth. You cannot just take text literally, like the words Hadith, or you cannot just take the Hadith literally. We have to understand the context of the Hadith. And that's why we need to equip ourselves with more knowledge about Islam before we decide. So that's why. So select before sharing, and then equip yourself with some tools in order to see the reliability of the information. And you can find some of the ways in order to check and balances. Yeah, don't accept easily all the information that you read from the internet, from the social media. Be critical. One thing to do is train yourself in critical thinking. Critical thinking, I think one of the things that we in the university need to learn and teach is critical thinking. Critical thinking is that you don't accept things easily. You ask questions. Why? Right? Everything that you hear, you read, ask why. And then that's the question of why make you critical rather than just accept the way it is. Okay? So I could go and on about this. I agree with you. The information is so much that people just accept, but we need to be more critical. We need to be more selective, and we need to also equip ourselves with some of the tools and some of the knowledge about religions. Either it is about Islam or about Christianity, about other religions. It depends on the religions that you are interested in. Okay, number 2 question, Bu Iza. I am also an editor, of a Contemporary Islam. It's a journal, Contemporary Islam. I also am in the board of the board of editors or something in many journals around the world. So in America and in Europe, Scopus is not really something that we concern about. But in Indonesia, Scopus becomes a thing. I think it's in Indonesia that we talk about Scopus a lot. It's as long as the journals are credible, and you can see the boards of editors. The board of editors of the journal, if they are non-experts in the fields, then that journal could be very good, regardless of the Scopus thing. Okay, Scopus, you can use that. Okay, let's accept that Scopus is important for many Indonesian journals, right? Yeah, all right. Why they are interested in Islamic topics? Yeah, but it depends. If you study Islam, and then you write an article about Islam, but from a normative perspective, theologically, normatively, confessional, even apologetically, then it is very, very difficult to be accepted in a journal, especially the journal of the study of religion, or the journal that focuses on social sciences, on humanities. So they tend to be academic and using humanities and social sciences, even though it is about Islam. So it doesn't mean that all topics about Islam become interesting to them. It depends on the topics. It depends on the methodology. Is this a sound methodology? It depends on whether or not this article is in a good English. Sometimes bad English make them reject right away. Sometimes language problem is the problem for many Indonesians, right? That's something that we need to train ourselves and then teach our scholars and professors and lecturers to do academic writing in English, especially for journals in English. Of course, there are some journals in other languages as well. Yeah, in Japan, in China, in Arab Middle East, you have other journals as well. But I'm talking about journals in English language. That's why academic writing is very important. So I'm not sure how to answer your question, Bu Iza, directly, but I am an editor also in Islamic Studies Journal, and then I think, are you asking about being an editor or being an author? If you're asking about being an author and hope that you can publish in international journals, I can give you some slides, some of the things that you can learn how to write and publish your articles in international journals, especially about Islam, about the topics of Islam. I can give you some of the slides, PowerPoints, and also books and articles about that. Yeah, if that's your question. Thank you so much. I know I can. I talk quite a bit.
Okay,
Maybe other
thank
question.
you. Thank you so much, Prof. Ali. Since the time limit is already arrived, so we wrap up the Q&A session. Prof. Ali, there is a little note from me about your presentation. There's a colossal debate when we ask what is religion. There is no single monolithic explanation when we ask about religion in academic. There is no universal definition. And Prof. Ali said that you can study religion because it's pervasive phenomena. Yeah, you can find religion exists everywhere. That we can find, but do not forget about the amic and ethic and studies of religion, or insider and outsider perspective. So we already see there is a numerous reference and a current reference about religion study that Prof. Ali brings as a scientific landscape. Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Muhammad Ali, for addressing this interesting topic. On behalf of committee, we would like to deliver our gratitude and thank you for joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, as saying goes, there's to every beginning there is an ending, and now this session has come to its end. Once again, thank you for everyone for gracing our ceremony with your presence. We truly appreciate. I end my duty as your moderator for this session. Thank you, Prof. Ali. So we can give applause for Professor Muhammad Ali. Thank you. Have a nice day, everyone. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you so much, Prof. Ali.
Wabarakatuh. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna be next to the next session. The next speaker is Mrs. Professor Dr. Kristina Großmann from Bonn University, Germany. Hello, Mrs. Professor Dr. Kristina. How are you? Are you already joined the Zoom?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you pretty well, Mrs.
Yes. Yeah, good morning or good afternoon. Yeah, greetings from Germany.
Okay.
Early morning, Prof. Kristina.
Yes,
Sorry for
6
that.
o'clock in the morning. It's still dark outside.
Yeah. Guten Tag. Guten Tag.
Yeah, guten Tag. Yeah, selamat pagi.
It's
Atau
now
selamat
11
siang.
a.m. at the Jakarta.
Yeah.
Okay. And our moderator to lead the session, please welcome Mr. Umar Bayhaki, M.Sc.
Oh, halo, selamat pagi, good morning everyone.
Pagi, Mas Umar.
Selamat pagi, Pak Firdaus. Yeah.
Are you in the same city?
No, I'm in Bucharest. I'm
Okay.
enjoying my semester break with my family.
Early morning as well. Sorry for that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Prof. Kristina. Mas Umar,
Yeah, you're
silakan.
welcome. I'm very much looking forward to this presentation and to the conference.
Dankeschön.
Yeah. So, shall I start, or is there a short introduction? Or?
Pak Umar will start the introduction for you, Prof.
Okay.
Kristina.
Yeah.
Silakan, Mas Umar.
Yes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Greetings
Waalaikumsalam.
for Bapak dan Ibu dosen, and also students from Universitas Negeri Jakarta. And in this session, we will have Professor Kristina Großmann presentation. Before we start, I will give you a brief introduction about Professor Kristina. So Professor Kristina Großmann is a professor of anthropology. She is the head of Southeast Asian Studies Department in Bonn International Graduate School, Universitas Bonn. And her research focus is on human-environment relationships, sustainability, Islam, and categories of differentiation, such as gender and ethnicity in Southeast Asia, with focus on Indonesia. Professor Kristina is familiar with Indonesian and their culture. She spent a few years doing ethnography in Aceh and Kalimantan. Some of her publications are a monograph published in 2021, Human-Environment Relations and Politics in Indonesia, and also some articles, for example, Mining and Masculinity in Indonesia, 2022, and also Gender and Ethnicity and Environmental Transformation in Indonesia and Beyond, published in 2017, and many others. So Professor Kristina, thank you for joining us. It's very early today. And for your session, we have 40 minutes of presentation and follow with a question and answer session for about 15 minutes. So I'll give the time to you.
Yes, thank you very much. I have prepared a PowerPoint, so I try to share that. Just a moment. How do I do that? So, whoop. So is it visible for everyone?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, okay. So if the connection is not so good, or if you cannot hear me, just shout, yeah, and give me a sign. Okay. Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me. I will give a talk on human environmental relationships in Southeast Asia and beyond, and I will have several parts. One is on current research, and I also will briefly give you some insights on current projects in teaching. So what I will do is I will start on my current stance or views on environmental transformations. I will introduce you to Anna Tsing, who inspired me a lot. Then I will just briefly explain a tandem excursion with Indonesia, so in the field of teaching. And then I outline some of our current projects. One is the working group of alternative sustainabilities, and then I will briefly outline an adult land management scheme in Kalimantan in order to discuss different views on human environmental relationships and sustainability in Indonesia. So generally, I would say human environmental transformation at the moment. I would rather say we are in a global environmental crisis. I'm sorry that this sounds a little bit pessimistic, but I would say we are globally in status of severe transformation, and crisis is maybe not really the right term here, because crisis implies that it's just a temporal thing. But I would say some changes in human environmental relationships and in environmental conditions, they will be altered and transformed in a more permanent way. So it's not a crisis which will be over in a few years or so, but several things will sustain. Yeah. So what are characteristics in this global environmental crisis? I would say the gravity, the impacts are huge, and the inequality of the impacts. Yeah, we can see that also in the case of Corona, for example, that different countries are affected in a different scale. So here we have divergent experiences, understandings, and responses on environmental crisis, and also followed impacts. And this is what I would say the future in human environmental relationships, to curve out and to do research on these characteristics. So one scholar who is dealing with these aspects is Anna Löwenhaupt-Singh, for example, with her work on living on a damaged planet. As I said, I think it's not very optimistic picture which I draw here, but we will come to that later. So she is looking at connections. So especially if you come from anthropology, I think it's quite important to not only focus on a certain region, but to really connect local phenomenon with the global dimension. And here she is connecting human and non-human connections. So her focus is to look at entangled history of, for example, humans and animals, humans and pathogens. Nevertheless, she is focusing on situated narratives. And just to give you one example of her work, it's called Feral Atlas. I will not try that out here now because of technical reasons, but you can try that out yourself. So here she edited with others kind of a digital atlas where she has at the moment 79 field reports of ecologies, she calls that ecologies, of different animals or pathogens or other entanglements, so to say, on a global scale. So for example, how certain animals traveled in the frame of human infrastructure and how they in a way have spread beyond human control. So here again, the globality, the connection with the local and connectivity is important. So that inspired me for my own work, and what I'm currently working on is with some colleagues is a working group on alternative sustainabilities, as my focus is on Southeast Asia, especially Indonesia. I want to strengthen the insights from the global South. I want to draw also or strengthen this connection, and this is the reference to Anna Singh, the connections between global North and global South. What is my motivation? I think the so-called mega discourse on sustainability is largely driven by, let's say, a Northern perspective, Northern standards also. And we see that this is not really reflecting, this kind of environmental crisis we are facing. So here it's really important to bring together different views on sustainability, different practices and approaches. So what is alternative? Alternative is understood as ways of addressing the current ecological, social and economic crisis. And I would always have these three pillars combined. So ways or schemes or ideas to address the crisis in ways that are not yet included in the mainstream sustainability discourse. And here comes indigenous knowledge also into play, what will be discussed later also. So we as scientists, what can we do? We can provide knowledge which is a basis for policy actions and decisions. And we can really dive deeper into different epistemologies and ontological differences, bring that to the surface and provide knowledge to a broader audience. But the question still remains, this is still work in progress, how to implement these alternative sustainabilities. I think from anthropology, a lot of scholars already did research on so-called alternative ways of dealing with crisis, but how to really implement them into the broader discourse. So here again, it's, I think, very important to look at responses to ecological crisis from the global South, more patterns of more positive forms of dealing with the crisis, And here, decolonialization, I think it's really the buzzword currently. Yeah, so to really try to connect responses from the global south and the global north, to focus on this locality, yeah, global connections, which are then implemented or practiced locally. And yeah, but how to do that? What does that mean? One example is, and I will only very briefly explain that. One example is, for example, a tandem student excursion, what we did in Bonn this actually last week. So students from Indonesia, from the Universitas Indonesia, they came to Bonn and they did, together with students from Bonn, small research projects on diverse topics. And in February, March, some students of Germany, they will then visit the students in Jakarta. So this is one idea or one kind of project we do from the University of Bonn in order to bring these global north, global south aspects together, and not only this kind of one-way research or visit. Okay, but coming back to my question of alternative sustainabilities, I'm yeah, still on the search, so to say, of finding or implementing alternative sustainabilities. So here again, as an introduction, so how are sustainable ways envisaged? How are human-nature relations understood and practices? And here again, the local and global connection. So just a very brief excursion, what I mean with mega discourse and where my motivation comes from to look at more alternative ways of facing environmental crisis. Yeah, I would say in Indonesia, it's still very dominant that development is defined and practiced through the exploitation of natural resources. I worked quite extensively on coal mining in Kalimantan. So I would say this is a rather less sustainable way of dealing with natural resources. Yeah, the discourse on sustainability is generally not really widespread. I would say in Europe, it's already in mainstream, so to say. Yeah, although I mean the impacts are not really as big as one might expect. But Indonesia is part of the so-called global environmental governance. That means that in the frame of United Nations conventions, programs are implemented in Indonesia on the national level in order to, for example, mitigate emissions. Yeah. So for countries of the global north, at the moment, it is very important to reduce emissions, and they design programs to be implemented in countries of the global south, for example, South America, Africa, and also Indonesia, in order to enhance that. Yeah, so you have programs like the REDD plus on the national level. And I will just very briefly introduce you to this program. And here also, as a framework, this local global connection is very prominent. So it's an example, so to say, for emission trading. The idea behind it is that countries of the global north, for example, Germany or Scandinavian countries, they produce a lot of emissions like CO2, and they fund programs which are implemented in Indonesia, for example, where forest is conserved or forest is replanted. And this is, so to say, then transferred into a specific outcome of emissions. And this amount of emissions then is, so to say, on the surplus of the German output of emissions. So yeah, very briefly and very, so it's quite a complicated scheme, yeah. So this is the idea behind it. But as I said, or here again, this global national level. So here, the international level means that you have aid and global funds that trickles down to the national level. So here also are the national REDD funds. Then that goes to land owners, land users, communities. And this is where, so to say, my anthropological work is situated. And then, yeah, forest is, so to say, conserved or replanted. And these reduced emissions then can feed back into the national and the global level. However, as you might expect, there's quite a huge criticism of these projects because, yeah, you can imagine it's quite hard to understand what is at stake, what to do for local communities. Yeah, there's a really big lack of understanding what the program is about. It's quite top-down, in a top-down manner implemented. And for people, for communities, it's not really useful, yeah, because I mean, they use forest products, they have their ladang, their and so on. So for them, it's not really understandable what the whole thing is about. And also conservation issues or conservation zones sometimes then yeah, prohibit people entering, for example, forests. Yeah, so but yeah, it's not really discussed with local communities. So here, Senior Howell, she summarized the REDD processes, and I will just briefly read that out. The principle of REDD is that you will be paid not to cut down trees. We do not know how much you will be paid, when you will be paid, or whether you will in fact be paid money directly to individuals or community, or if the community will be rewarded in other ways. Such as in the provision of schools, roads, clinics, or whatsoever, so infrastructure. Yeah? So do you agree to accept this scheme? Yes, so here she brings it really to the point that the programs are not really well communicated. They are not in accordance with how people use forests in the communities. I mean, to see forest as a carbon hub, so to say, yeah, it's also a very strange idea for people. So this is actually an example which is not included in this alternative sustainability idea. Yeah, so I'm searching for other ways of connect the global and the local level. I'm searching for other ways of transporting or including local views and perceptions of the environment, of land, of forest into these programs. So if we say that this implementation is not really satisfying, what about, for example, other schemes? Yeah, other schemes, for example, other land management schemes, yeah, give a lot of people quite a big hope, in order that through these schemes a more sensitive way, so to say, to include people's perception, yeah, and local customs and so on into yeah, global economy, global management, so to say. So, and then I come to my case study from my book. So here, the overall question would be, do other land management schemes secure control and access to land by indigenous or other groups? And could they provide this an alternative way. So this idea of an alternative way of dealing with the environmental crisis. So generally, as an introduction, you all know what ADAT is about better than me, maybe. And I thought also about Uma's research. Yeah. So I think it's quite good and suitable that I focus here on this ADAT land management scheme. Yeah. So ADAT has become a central leverage, so a bargaining power, so to say, a tool for bargaining power for ADAT communities, especially in struggles over land and natural resources in recent years, not only in Indonesia, of course, here it's called ADAT, but in other countries or regions as well, like in Latin America. The indigenous movement, indigenous people movement, is quite strong. Yeah, to claim land rights against state and corporate claims. Yeah. So the indigenous people movement in Indonesia, they adopted the term Masyarakat Adat, and you might know AMAN, yeah, the Aliansi Masyarakat Adat Nusantara. So they are very active since decades in supporting people on the local level to build Adat communities and to claim their cultural rights, economic rights, and also access to land. So on the global level, again here, it's quite a big hope that a more sustainable, more integrative way of living could be provided there, or could be, let's say, be sustained, yeah, by supporting these Adat communities. So now I will come to a case study from Central Kalimantan, and I described that case study also in my book, which was mentioned already, Human Environmental Relationships and Politics in Indonesia. So what I will do is that I describe how Dayak people refers to the very heterogeneous population of non-Muslims or non-Malay natives on the island of Borneo, yeah, how they perceive, define, practice, and use Adat to secure the access and rights to land. And I describe also how different Dayak actors negotiate between different approaches to Adat. So here I'm focusing on different Adat groups, so Adat or Dayak groups. So and I critically, so to say, discuss the view that it's all the same, yeah. But I argue that Dayak groups are very heterogeneous, and how to deal with this very different approaches of Dayak groups. So my conclusion is, just to summarize that in advance, I argue that hegemonic approaches to Adat and Adat land prevail. And Adat tends to be instrumentalized and is used as a political tool also in many different ways. Yeah. So unfortunately, in this case, or this case shows that through this specific Adat scheme, it's not really possible to secure the access to land of a certain indigenous group. Yeah. So here also it's quite a strong instrumentalization and politicization of Adat. But I will explain that in more detail here, just briefly where I did my anthropological research. So it's in the very north of central Kalimantan. And here also political forest. Here also coal mining is very prevalent, and therefore land is very contested, the access to land. Generally, you might know that most land, so generally an introduction into land and property rights and access to land. So most land is state-owned forest in Indonesia. and they are under the control of the national government. This land, and this refers also to what I said before, this land, however, is not empty land. Yeah. So also in this REDD programs, people sometimes perceive land as empty land. No, people live on that land, so we can implement programs on that land. Yeah, but this is not the case. Large parts of the land are inhabited by ethnic groups who practice Adat law. Under Suharto, however, companies got large-scale concessions, and Adat-based land use was neglected and was ignored. So Peluso and Van der Geest, they argue that this forest is political, so it's a political forest because massive conflicts over access and rights to land and natural resources occur. So I discuss now Adat land management scheme, which is called Dayak Wake Up. In these schemes, I show dilemmas and exclusions in the course of this scheme. And I have two different approaches, so to say. One of the organization, of the Dayak Farmers Organization, and one approach or ecology of the people called Punan Murung. And I call these two ecologies which are conflicting the ethnically framed territorialization, and the other one would be the Punan Murung's place-based ecology. So here we have two ecologies or two approaches to land, to forest, which are conflicting and which could not be, so to say, entangled, could not be interlinked in that scheme. So I have a quote of an NGO activist in Palangkaraya, which sums up very good the core of this case study. So she says, in struggles over land by communities, Adat claims on land are the most promising, the most complex, and the most frustrating. So I think that is quite valid and quite true for a lot of discussions on Adat schemes, on Masyarakat Adat, yeah, that it's so complex and it's so also so specific in regions that, yeah, it can be quite frustrating to work on this level, yeah. So here again, unsustainable land use in this area, I mentioned that, is quite vibrant. So especially here in the remote regions of central Kalimantan, increasing resource extractions such as coal mining lead to rising conflicts over land. So the area is the new frontier for coal extraction, and there's a huge project called Adaro Met Coal. It's situated there. It covers 350,000 hectares, so quite a large area, and should deliver 20 million tons of coal in the next years. So here, this mentioned semi-nomadic group of the Punan Murung, they live there. And their access to land is threatened by this coal mining endeavor, so to say. And they define themselves also as Dayak. So this land management scheme could have been a possibility for them to secure their access to land. However, they rejected the scheme. Yeah, they wanted not to be part of this Dayak Misik scheme, and now I will explain why. So the main reason for their refusal was that they, their conception of land and forest were not compatible with the Dayak Farmers Organization. So their rejection is firstly based on different notions of land, or different terms of engagement with land and forest. So here I talk about how people engage with land, how they perceive land, how they use land. Yeah. And secondly, it's linked to power and exclusion. I will now outline these two ecologies, which I mentioned, which conflict here. So coming back to the Diag Wake Up program, so what approach to land do they have? So in the Diag MISIC program, most of the adult land should be owned by individuals. Yeah. So in practice, each farmer should receive a certificate for the possession of 5 hectares of land, which is forbidden to sell for 25 years. And this land would then be certified via an individual adult land clarification letter. This is shown here on this picture on the right side. And the land under the scheme should be cultivated or business should be established. So that's the plan, yeah, of the organization in the course of the Diag Wake Up scheme. And usually the representatives of the scheme, they produce a map of the adult land, and you can see the adult land on the left side. So this map shows that the map is highly symbolic. Yeah, you have this very straight lines, but usually borders of adult land is not like that. Yeah, usually it runs along geographical markers such as rivers or mountain ranges or borderlines of both land plots. So it's not really how it's on the ground, so to say, yeah, how adult land is used and defined on the ground. So in this program, adult land is perceived as bounded, as certified, and should be owned privately. And this conflicts with the approach to land of the Punan Murung, which I will explain later. And the second problem is that the Diag MISIC program, that the founding members of the organization, they had close political ties, so they were very closely connected to the provincial government. So most of them were state officials, actually, he stood, the manager of the scheme, he stood for the position of the governor in 2016 election, and villagers describe that he used the scheme for his election campaign, yeah, in order to get votes. So they are quite suspicious of the program because they say, okay, once he has our vote, then he will not implement the scheme anymore. So here two aspects come together. First of all, the engagement with land, the definition of land in Diag MISIC scheme was quite specific, yeah, and the power relations were suspect to many people. So, and this is intention, so to say, with how Punan Murung approach land. And for them, land and forests not only secure livelihood by doing agriculture, hunting and gathering, but it has also cultural and methodological importance. Yeah, it's the place where spirits dwell, for example, and they constitute the land where they live by overlapping spaces for settlement. Yeah, it's not like this bounded piece of land what is depicted on a map. Yeah, so they perceive the space around them being flexibly used by humans, animals, and spirits. And here comes again what Anat Singh calls this connection. Yeah, so human, non-human connection. So it's not only that humans use that land, but it's really this intertwinement of more people, animals, and other non-humans like spirits, for example. Yeah. So also the access to certain areas for forbidden agriculture is negotiated within the community. Yeah, and it's not that someone owns a certain plot of land forever, so to say, but it's negotiated who needs, for example, a certain plot or so, yeah, and then it's negotiated in the community. So it's not individual property, but the legitimation for individuals, families, or communities to access certain areas of land is only is negotiated and is only for a shorter period of time. Yeah. Another aspect of the rejection of Punanmurung is that they are afraid to be co-opted by the dominant Dayak group who orchestrated and implemented the scheme. So as I said, they are dominant on the provincial level. And so Punanmurung, usually they are excluded from higher positions. And now that is another way of how the more dominant, so to say, Dayak group would dominate them. And they say, okay, we have been awakened for years already. We do not need that scheme, which is called Dayak Wake Up, yeah, for defining our land or for certifying our land, yeah. Yeah, so to sum up, I argue that the place-based ecology, so I called the ecology of Punanmurung, I called place-based ecology, and the other ecology of ethnically framed territorialization, they conflicted because of different conceptions of land, which are intertwined with marginalization and domination. So here also land, it's not a neutral thing. Yeah, it's connected to social constellations, to political agendas. So for Punan, mapping land and thereby fixing borders and certifying individual ownership resembles state territorialization processes and evokes anti-state-like sentiments. So they suspect them, yeah, advancing their political agenda, and so they are very suspicious of the scheme and they do not participate. But the dilemma is their way of perceiving land or accessing land, yeah, is not really included in this ADAT land management scheme. Yeah, so I would say that different alternative maybe approaches to the environment is not really appropriated here and not really included here. And if they would join the scheme, yeah, their way of approaching land or their way of using land would be absorbed in the dominant approach of land and would lose then plurality and flexibility. So it's a hierarchization of certain notions of land, and that could lead to the exclusion of plurality then. And here, the dilemma is still, I would say, unsolved. So it's very hard and very complicated to include different notions of land, or of, you can also say different notions of forest, human environmental relationships, but also maybe other aspects, yeah, of life. So it's very complicated to include these aspects into the formalized schemes without, in a way, changing, yeah, the content or the idea or the perception behind it. Yeah, at the moment, Punanmurung, they oppose the scheme and reject the shift to a formalized and individualized apprehension of land. However, in the future, it's not clear if they can sustain their access of land, because that was the initial question, yeah, how they can really maintain their control of land. So they would need maybe another scheme, or they maybe invent an own scheme and try to incorporate that into a larger national scheme or so. Yeah, that is still an open question, I would say. And coming back to my initial initial question or initial outline, of alternative ways, of alternative human environmental relationships, I would say. So in this case, it was rather not possible to include that. And the question remains, so if we really come to this national and global level, how to include different notions and perceptions of land, different human environmental relationships, how to upscale that. That is still a question which remains open and which will be the topic for our working group in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Kristina. And we still have about 15 minutes for question and answer. And Professor Kristina have given us her insights about recent development in Indonesia, and also a reminder that we are now living in a damaged planet, and it's important for us to find an alternative ways of life that is more sustainable. And of course, knowledge is a progress, and we can reach progress through participation. So I invite you all to maybe give a response or a questions that can help us understand more about this topic. Please, if you guys have any questions. Yeah.
Prof. Sid is going to have a question.
Oh yes, yes. Profesor Muhamad Zid.
Halo, Pak Umar, apa kabar?
Oh baik Pak, selamat Pak Zid.
Ya, selamat sore. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Selamat, waalaikumsalam.
Ya, Pak Umar izinkan saya dalam bahasa Indonesia ya. Tolong nanti ditranslate karena agak-agak panjang ini. Saya nanti confused kalau berbahasa Inggris terlalu panjang. Jadi begini. Yang pertama, ini topik yang menarik, sangat-sangat menarik, karena di sini bicara tentang bagaimana dilema antara masyarakat adat versus kebijakan pemerintah, terutama untuk mengakuisisi ya, untuk mengekspansi hak ulayat tanah adat masyarakat Dayak. Kita tahu itu. Salah satunya melalui perluasan perkebunan kelapa sawit, palm oil ya. Kita tahu itu sangat masif sekali. Ini dilematis. Intinya begini, ini kan kita sedang berbicara apakah mau mengedepankan ekonomi dan mau tidak mau mengorbankan ekologi, atau menyelamatkan ekologi tapi kita tertinggal dari aspek ekonomi. Itu kelihatannya Pak Umar. Intinya bagaimana ekologi versus ekonomi. Nah, saya ingin tahu. Tadi udah kelihatan solusinya dari Prof Kristina tentang alternatif way ya. Jadi harusnya memang ada jalan, ada solusi. Tetapi ini bagi masyarakat kita rasanya, mohon maaf, kalau dalam perspektif kritis hampir tidak ada pilihan, di mana-mana ketika masyarakat adat berhadapan dengan kekuasaan ya negara yang di backup dengan pengusaha besar gitu ya, itu pasti akan terkalahkan, dan itu korban nanti salah satunya ya efek yang paling nyata adalah pemanasan global ya. Paru-paru dunia yang diharapkan dibebankan, diharapkan tetap dipegang oleh negara-negara subtropik ya, tropical rainforest itu mau tidak mau dikorbankan, dan itu bagaimana menurut Prof Kristina. Itu intinya Pak. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So, Professor Kristina.
Yeah, I think I can answer directly because I understood. I hope I understood it correctly. But I will answer in English, yeah, because my Bahasa is a little bit rusty. I haven't been to Indonesia since 2 years, yeah. So I will answer in English, yeah. Maybe Uma, you can translate it then in Bahasa. So so generally, I I really understand the problem, so to say, of ecology versus economy. And I remind that in a sustainable way of thinking, so very generally, yeah, you have 3 pillars. That means you have ecology, economy, and social, yeah. So you have actually all these 3 aspects which should be combined. Okay, now the problem is how to implement that, yeah. That is always the problem, how to implement that. I would say on a very general normative level, yeah, I would say there are ways, I mean, there are ways to implement, to include all 3 areas, but these ways, these alternative maybe ways, are not yet very known, are not yet widespread, or are not yet dominant, yeah. In the case of oil palm, for example, and this is really a very severe problem in Indonesia and Malaysia and all over, I mean, globally maybe, yeah. So in Africa also, it starts getting really a problem, yeah. Monocultures and plantations of palm oil. So I think there are examples where you have a more small scale way of growing palm oil tree, so to say, yeah, and to have a more cooperative way of producing palm oil, and not this huge plantation which are owned by transnational companies and so on, yeah, and all the impacts, the social and ecological. You talked about the ecological impacts, but the social impacts are also severe, because people move, you know, you have this migration problem, so to say, yeah, people cannot sustain their living anymore with their own means and so on. So I would say there are examples, and my colleague, for example, Oliver Pai, he's working on palm oil and on the problems. So please visit our website, yeah, of the department, and because they exactly discussed this issue, yeah, that there are schemes, small scale schemes, in order to have this in a way dual economy, yeah, that peasants, for example, they do not give up their small scale way of living, yeah, like having a small ladang for their own use, and then have a small plot of palm oil also, yeah. So, and this would be maybe a way, so promoting this kind of economy, yeah, and promoting this way of palm oil production would be maybe an alternative way, yeah.
Yeah.
So this was concerning the economy. I think there was another point on Adat and Hak Ulayat, but was there another aspect? Yeah, I don't know. I hope I answered your question.
Pasti ada apa? Okay, I will translate your short answer, Profesor Kristina. Jadi pasti menurut Profesor Kristina dalam dilema antara ekonomi dan pembangunan, memang kita perlu kembali ingat pada 3 prinsip triple bottom line, ekologi, ekonomi, dan sosial, dan terus percaya bahwa ada alternatif-alternatif strategi pembangunan sebetulnya yang bisa mengakomodir itu, meskipun dalam praktek sekarang masih dalam skala kecil, dan kita berharap mungkin kalau itu berhasil bisa terus berkembang menjadi lebih populer. Dan kemudian Profesor Kristina bertanya, ada pertanyaan tentang masyarakat adat, mungkin bisa diulang pertanyaannya.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Umar. Kalau tentang masyarakat adat di pedalaman Dayak di Kalimantan cukup ya, karena saya tidak punya pengetahuan praktis di sana. Tapi untuk masyarakat adat lain, saya misalnya ya tidak sering, tapi beberapa kali mengunjungi masyarakat adat yang ada di Banten, suku Baduy. Kami dan mahasiswa sosiologi baru saja pulang semester yang lalu di sana ya. Juga dengan anak geografi, juga kesepuhan adat di Sirna Resmi di Banten Selatan, atau masyarakat adat di Tasikmalaya, suku Nagawir ya, Naga. Nah, itu diantaranya, tapi prinsipnya sama, bahwa masyarakat adat memiliki local wisdom gitu ya, punya pengetahuan lokal, punya kearifan lokal, tetapi manakala berhadapan dengan program-program pembangunan, ya mau tidak mau mereka dalam tanda petik gitu ya, harus kompromis atau mungkin mengalah gitu. Misalnya, masalah klasik, apakah betul mereka berada pada kawasan hutan larangan atau hutan pemerintah itu ya, seperti kasus di Sirna Resmi, mereka dinyatakan sebagai apa ya, istilahnya apa itu, invasi itu, bahwa mereka berada di kawasan hutan lindung Halimun Salak misalnya. Nah, demikian juga di tempat yang lain, tetapi kan mereka pun punya penguat bahwa mereka baik kultur, adat istiadat mereka memang sudah menetap sejak nenek moyang mereka. Tapi kan itu juga selalu jadi perdebatan sehingga ketika konflik itu muncul ya, misalnya Gunung Gede Halimun, itu juga sampai menghadirkan NGO internasional memediasi karena sulit. Perum perhutani misalnya menyatakan itu milik perhutani. Nah, demikian juga misalnya di ujung kulon ya, di wilayah Banten. Nah, itu juga begitu. Ternyata di kawasan ujung kulon itu banyak sekali enclave ya, banyak sekali pemukiman penduduk yang masuk ke dalamnya, dan itu hampir tidak ada solusi karena di satu pihak warga punya juga hak untuk hidup gitu ya, livelihood mereka sehari-hari di sana, tapi di pihak lain juga mengancam keberadaan Taman Nasional. Itu dilematisnya, artinya kasus-kasus tadi Prof. Kristina bahwa dalam skala kecil selalu ada alternatif lain gitu ya, ada jalan lain, ada jalan kompromis atau kita sebut co-management gitu ya, itu betul, tapi ini dalam jangka panjang karena masalah populasi Indonesia yang terus tumbuh gitu ya. Ingat kita negara keempat populasi terbesar di dunia, dan itu mau tidak mau mengancam sumber daya alam. Ini juga jadi pemikiran kita bersama. Itu Prof. Kristina, mohon masukannya.
Yeah, actually, it's confirming what I said. Yeah, so I'm totally on your side, so to say. It's really a dilemma. It's very complicated, I would say. What my argument was in a way is that sometimes masyarakat adat is seen as one homogeneous group. Yeah, so I think this is important to realize or to acknowledge that you have different groups in, for example, if you say the Dayak or the Baduy or so. Yeah, and if you say, okay, we want to promote the rights of a certain ethnic group, you have to be aware that you have different fractions in this group, and you have to be maybe aware that, or maybe take care that you do not discriminate others, by promoting a certain group. Yeah, and in Central Kalimantan, I see a lot of progress actually, yeah, and a lot of good things in acknowledging the rights of certain Dayak groups, and they negotiate, yeah, which scheme they should use. They maybe use like Adat Village or other schemes, yeah. So it's a very tricky thing. Yeah, and of course they have contacts to NGOs on the national scale, on the international scale, and they invite people who explain the procedures and so on. So this is a very long process, as the quotation said. Yeah, Adat is very promising, but sometimes very frustrating also. Yeah, so but I think there are some alternatives already. But my argument was, so to say, to not perceive other groups as homogeneous, yeah, but to see, okay, you have different fractions and also different approaches to land, to culture, to what, to other, yeah. So that should be acknowledged, yeah. That's actually my my message, so to say.
Thank you, Profesor Kristina. Jadi yang disampaikan oleh Profesor Kristina adalah ketika kita berusaha untuk membantu atau memberdayakan kelompok adat, kita juga harus ingat bahwa kelompok adat ini adalah kelompok yang sebetulnya heterogen juga dan penting sekali untuk mengenali setiap fraksi-fraksi yang ada di dalam kelompok adat ini, sehingga kita tidak dengan tanpa sengaja kemudian justru mendiskriminasi salah satu bagian dari mereka. So demikian, Pak Zid, I hope you are satisfied with Professor Kristina's response, and we still have time about 5 minutes, and maybe there are others participant who wants to comment.
Okay, Professor Kristina, I am Anggun Nadia Fatima from Public Relation and Digital Communication Department. I'd like to ask you, I think it's a common question, but this is really bothers me. As we see, there are many efforts and concentration have been given to raise people awareness about environmental issues. But the problem is, I am not really sure, is it because we couldn't catch up with the scale of the environmental damage, or it is simply because most people still don't pay attention to those messages yet? What do you think about this, and what approach can be contributed by the academic community to help to solve this problem? Thank you, Professor.
Yeah, thank you very much for this question. I think this question is really the core of my interest also, yeah, and the core of the issues I raised. What I see is that, for example, a lot of young people in Germany, but also in Indonesia, young people, they are very concerned about the environment, and they in Germany, for example, we have this movement, Fridays for Future. Yeah, so they really speak out against environmental destruction, and I think that is really a very good thing that young people, you know, are aware of what's going on and are really concerned about it. But then, of course, on the other side, you have, we are in a time of also political crisis, yeah, the war in the Ukraine. I mean, there's nothing worse for the environment than a war, yeah, because governments are not anymore focusing on environmental issues. They are focusing on the military sector, yeah. So environmental issues are sidelined here. So, of course, this is very difficult now in this situation to promote or enhance environmental awareness when the global geostrategical, so to say, situation is so problematic. Yeah, and as scientists, I think, yeah, it's we just don't give up in stressing and promoting, yeah, environmental issues, and just yeah, again emphasizing that it is important. And I mean, we can see the impacts, yeah, everywhere. In Germany, we had no rain since months, yeah, so it's really impacting. You can see the impacts, yes, currently. So I think also it's a very, yeah, hard time to yeah, or maybe also frustrating, yeah, to work on these issues, because yeah, the outcomes or the impacts are maybe small, but nevertheless we have to do that. Yeah, we have to stress that it's an important issue. And here again, I mean, and that was my background, that was the background for this alternative sustainabilities, yeah, stress really alternative ways, search for yeah, formations, yeah, groups, for example, this Friday for Future movement. So yeah, put an emphasis on this. If you talk about these groups, then others maybe get inspired and maybe see what is possible.
Okay, thank you, Professor Kristina. Actually, we already passed a few minutes from our time frame, so I have to ask the committee: do we still have a room for another question, or maybe we just have to end the session?
I think it's safe to conclude, Mas Umar.
Okay, so unfortunately for you, for other participants, I mean, if you have a question, maybe you can directly send your ideas to Professor Kristina through her email. And
you're welcome.
Yes, thank you. It's a pleasure as always sharing ideas with you, Professor Kristina. And if I have to make a closing statement, maybe the important thing is we just need to remind ourselves that now we are facing a new reality, that the environment is damaged, and maybe let's say that the earth is not recovering as fast as we thought it will. So not only in the future now, but also now we need to think more and think harder about the way we act, and about the way we interact with human and also the environment, that we need to put in our mind that we have to conserve the future of the environment and also the future of our community. So thank you very much. It's a pleasure to have a session with you guys, and hopefully we can meet again in another time. So that is all for me. Maybe Professor Kristina, you want to say something?
Yeah, before.
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me, and yeah, I wish you a nice conference. And yeah, Mas Umar, we are meeting in Bonn.
Yes.
Soon.
Kristina, on behalf of the committee, we would like to once again thank you for your kindness for being one of the presenters in our international conference. And just in case you are visiting Jakarta, please let us know. We might invite you as well in person to our university, Universitas Negeri Jakarta. Dankeschön.
Dankeschön.
Thank you very much. Dankeschön.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you for the moderator and all of the speakers for having us and taking time to participate.
And now the time is show 12:10. So the audience and the people, ladies and gentlemen, can take a break first, and then we're about to continue the next session and start again at 1 a.m. o'clock. I'm sorry, 1 p.m. o'clock. Thank you.